Chapter 2379. Oh, Wu Xuan looked at her and drawled, "Now that the young fella has the riches of Mongolia and a beauty like you as his companion, no wonder he doesn't want to take the risk to save her." Wu Duanru also added, "Sister Fu must have been blind to have liked him so much." "That's not true," Wu Xuan immediately waved his hand. "Sister Fu clearly likes Song Qinshu, Hero Song. Brother Song is handsome and skilled in martial arts. He has millions of soldiers under his command and is one of the best in the world. Some people should know their place and not compare themselves with him." Yanggua's eyelids twitched. He thought about how his beloved aunt was taken away by that man. He felt an uncontrollable anger in his body. Song Qinshu, who was hiding in the shadows, was flabbergasted. Though the Wu brothers' martial arts were trash, their trash talk was at an unprecedented level. One look and you could tell that they were hermaphrodite. If he let them continue, Yanggua would go berserk. It was fine if he went berserk, but he was being used as a tool. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. So he quickly showed himself. The matter of saving someone needs to be discussed at length. "Brothers Wu, please don't be rash." He appeared with his original appearance. When De Wu and Xiao Wu saw him, they were excited. "Brother Song." Song Qinshu nodded and said to Yanggua, "Brother Yang, De Wu and Xiao Wu are just trying to save their teacher, please don't take offense." Seeing that it was him, Yanggua's body tensed up as if he was about to attack, but he controlled himself in the end. Gongsun Lui looked at Song Qinshu curiously. She was also a bit curious about this legendary figure, but she quickly looked away. Her thoughts were all on Yanggua. There was no room for other men. "Where is my aunt?" Yanggua looked at Song Qinshu with an unfriendly expression. Song Qinshu sighed. "I don't know where she went after we parted on Mount Wudang." Hearing this news, Yanggua's emotions fluctuated. Gongsun Lui's expression darkened and a sour feeling welled up in her heart. "Let's put everything else aside. The most important thing right now is to save Hero Guo." Song Qinshu originally wanted to call him Brother Guo, but Yanggua called him Uncle Guo, which would be taking advantage of him. Yanggua calmed himself down. "Not bad, with your help, we have a higher chance of saving Uncle Guo. It's far from enough." Song Qinshu told him about the Mongolian experts. The more Yanggua listened, the more he frowned. He knew it was going to be difficult. What should we do now? It was strange that Yanggua had said something similar just now, but Dao and Xiaowu did not listen to him at all. Instead, they ridiculed him. Now that Song Qinshu said it, they immediately calmed down. Song Qinshu replied, "As far as I know, Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong, the two seniors, should also be in the vicinity of Heilin. Think of a way to contact them." "Yes, we'll definitely be able to save Master." Wu and Xiao Wu were excited when they heard about the two. Song Qinshu said, "We also need help from the inside. There's something I'd like to trouble Brother Yang to do." Yanggua said in a low voice, "Speak." Song Qinshu was a little hesitant, but this goes against the way of chivalry. Yanggua said calmly, "As long as we can save Uncle Guo, I don't mind losing my reputation." "Brother Yang is indeed righteous and righteous," Song Qinshu said. "Currently, the general guarding Hero Guo in the heavenly prison is Wuliang Hutai. He was an old subordinate of Meng Guo. If we can get Meng Ji's widow, Princess Yaluan's help, we can save a lot of trouble." Yanggua frowned. "Why would Princess Yaluan help us?" Gongsun Lui's heart tightened. Could it be Brother Yang's honey trap? For a handsome and charming man like Big Brother Yang, even if she was a princess, it would be difficult for her to resist. Song Qinshu didn't know what she was thinking and continued, "Princess Yaluan has a child, a posthumous child of Meng Guo. She has always doted on him, so if Brother Yang finds an opportunity to capture her child and use him as a hostage, she will definitely submit." Yanggua was stunned. Bullying a widow and her child isn't very nice. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "I know this is making things difficult for Brother Yang." Yang took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll do it even if it goes against the way of chivalry to save Uncle Gua. But I need you to promise me that you won't harm the child. Of course, I'm not a bloodthirsty monster. Song Qingshu thought about how Princess Yaluan had raised her child, and couldn't bear to do it. Gongsun Lui said, Prince Song, even though Brother Meng is dead, he was still the heir to the throne. His palace is heavily guarded and it won't be easy to get in and capture him. You're asking Brother Yang to take the risk to do these things. What are you planning to do? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. You're not even married yet and you're already protecting your own. Gongsun Lui blushed and looked at him guiltily. I didn't, Song Qingshu replied. Of course I know that Prince Meng's palace is heavily guarded, so I'm going to create a chance for you to lure the tiger away from the mountain. You can take the chance to sneak in and find him. After discussing some details with them, Song Qingshu returned to his residence and meditated. Not long after, a horse carriage slowly stopped in front of his door. A group of cavalry quickly came down and spread out in all directions to protect the surroundings. A beautiful woman came down from the carriage. It was Princess Yaluan. She walked straight in after getting off the carriage and walked towards Song Qingshu. She only stopped when she saw him and waved her hand for her subordinates to leave. She then said, I'm here, you can tell me the details of my father's death now. Song Qingshu noticed that she didn't bring her child out this time and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Even though he guessed that she probably wouldn't bring her child out, it was better to be safe than sorry. Who is this gentleman? Song Qingshu did not reply. Instead, his gaze fell on the elegant young master beside her. Even as a man, he had to admit that he was an extremely charming person. His eyes contained a gentle expression that could melt a woman's heart. The thick, black and elegant mustache on his lips seemed to make his handsome face seem to always have a faint smile on it. His eyes fell on the paper fan in his hand, and a lot of complaints suddenly came to his mind. Wasn't he afraid of the cold by carrying a fan with him at all times in the bitter cold of Mabe? The gentleman smiled and unfolded the folding fan in his hand. There was a portrait of a beautiful woman on it. The drawing was vivid and lifelike. A fairy-like figure was vividly drawn on the paper. It was none other than Jin Bingyun. I'm Ho Shibai of the Flowery Sect. Nice to meet you, Shuiwei Great Master. Ho Shibai. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did he also appear? Speaking of which, the shadow assassin helped Hai Wanli, and Ho Shibai helped Princess Yaluan. These two brothers were really interesting. Great Master, do you know me? Ho Shibai sensed his tone and couldn't help but ask curiously. What's your relationship with Nian Liandan? Song Qingshu recalled Nian Liandan's dirty behavior in Xixia City and didn't have a good impression of the Flowery Sect. Although he and I are from the same Flowery Sect, we belong to different factions and don't have much interaction. I've always disliked his behavior, so I hope the Great Master won't confuse us. Ho Shibai said seriously. Obviously, he had been misunderstood a lot. Song Qingshu grunted and pointed at Jin Bingyun on his fan. You drew her on your fan. Aren't you afraid that the evil master will blame you for drawing her on your fan? Ho Shibai took the fan and looked at Jin Bingyun's portrait. He smiled and said, I'm just objectively recording the beautiful things in the world. I don't mean any blasphemy. With the evil master's temperament, he won't care about these trivial things. Chapter 2380. On the other side of the fan, there was a young girl with a graceful and delicate figure. She looked like a fairy. The young girl was wearing a thin white robe and seemed to be shrouded in mist. Other than her black hair, her whole body was white. However, the most surprising thing was that the young girl's face was blank. Even so, Song Qingshu felt that she looked familiar. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Ho, who are you drawing? Ho Shibai's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication. A few months ago, when I was traveling around the world, I met a fairy by chance. Her name was Xiao Long Nu. I have never seen a fairy like her. I am ashamed to say that I have always been proud of my painting skills. I think I can draw all the beauties in the world vividly. However, I never dared to draw Xiaolong Nu's face because no matter how much I draw, I can't draw even 1/10,000th of her beauty. Song Qingshu was surprised and happy. Where did you meet her, young Master Ho? Ho Shibai was stunned. He thought, why don't you play by the rules? Normally, shouldn't you question my words and then I will describe Xiaolong Nu's beauty to you? Although he was stunned, he still answered, I met her by chance in Mount Hung a few months ago. However, so much time has passed. She is definitely not there anymore. It is too late for you to go now. At the same time, he secretly despised Shueiwa sect. He had heard that Shueiwa sect was lustful. Now that he saw it, it was indeed true. When he heard me talk about how beautiful Xiaolong Nu was, he immediately wanted to go find her. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel regret. Letting this kind of person know about Xiaolong Nu was simply blasphemy against the goddess in his heart. Song Qingshu was lost in thought. Why did Xiaolong Nu go to Mount Hung? Sigh, I don't know when we will meet again. Sigh, I also don't know what kind of immortal that Song Qingshu is. Ho Shibai suddenly let out a long sigh. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did young Master Ho suddenly mention me? Cough him? Ho Shibai was clearly immersed in his memories of Xiaolong Nu's beauty and did not notice the strangeness in his words. I have heard that Xiaolong Nu's sweetheart is the Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu. Although I have never met him, I met Yangguo a few days ago. Although I am confident in my own handsomeness, I feel that I am still lacking when compared to Yangguo. However, for Xiaolong Nu to give up such an extraordinary man like Yangguo for the sake of Song Qingshu, he must be like an immortal. Praise, continue to praise, I like it. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. If he had a tail, it would probably be sticking up by now. Cough, at this moment, a light cough sounded beside them. The leader of the guards, Alan, looked at the two of them with an unfriendly expression. Can you wait until the princess is done with her questions before you talk about women? Ho Shibai's expression changed, and he bowed to Princess Yaluan in embarrassment. I was too excited and forgot about the important matters. I hope the princess will forgive me. Princess Yaluan snorted coldly and looked directly at Song Qingshu. Shouldn't the great sect have something to say to me? Her face was still beautiful and moving. She was not as grief-stricken as he had imagined, but she looked more haggard than before. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Her life was truly bitter. She was originally destined to be the empress, but now she could only be a widow at such a young age. He did not expect that even her father would die. Come to think of it, she had experienced too much. Even if something unexpected happened, it would be difficult to defeat her. Song Qingshu took out the jade horse that she had given him and said apologetically, I was unable to ensure your father's safety during the journey and have failed your trust. I feel extremely guilty and did not dare to leave this behind. I hope the princess will take it back. Princess Yaluan did not even look at the box. She said coldly, I did not come here to listen to these things. Song Qingshu looked hesitant. After a long time, he said, What would the princess like to hear? How did my father die? Princess Yaluan stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Song Qingshu briefly explained what had happened in the Gaochang maze. Princess Yaluan frowned as she listened. Who was that man in black? I don't know either. Song Qingshu lied without batting an eyelid. Princess Yaluan's eyebrows were shrouded in a layer of anger. Even with your kung fu you couldn't stop him. Could it be that he was a great master? Song Qingshu secretly gave her a thumbs up. A woman's intuition was truly terrifying. However, it was obvious that she did not think that it was a great master, so she did not pursue the matter further. Then can you tell where he came from his kung fu? Song Qingshu shook his head. I'm from Dongying, so I don't know much about the kung fu of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Ho Shibai, who was posing with his fan, said, "Why don't you practice the situation with me? I'll see if I can guess the identity of that man." Song Qingshu was stunned, but he was secretly happy. Okay. Seeing that he had agreed, Ho Shibai waved his fan and attacked him from the middle. Although he looked a little flashy with the fan was not just for show. He had successfully integrated all his kung fu into the fan in his hand and created a set of kung fu called the 100 Forms of Folding Flowers. Song Qingshu also played a set of kung fu. Of course, he would not imitate Tong Tianwu, but some of Guo Jing's kung fu. At the same time, he was very careful not to make it too obvious. He did not use his signature 18 dragon subduing palms. Just when he was worried that Ho Shibai would not be able to see through it, he jumped out of the ring and bowed to Princess Yaluan. "Your Highness, that man's kung fu is very complicated, and he seems to be deliberately hiding it. If I didn't have a certain understanding of the kung fu of all the sects in Jianghu, I might not have been able to see through it." "Stop showing off here. Just say it if you can see through it." Lan Ender obviously did not like this pretty boy who was always around his mistress and trying to please her. Ho Shibai was not angry, but a charming smile appeared on his face. "That man's kung fu has the shadow of the Chuanjin sect's Golden Swallow kung fu. I can vaguely see the essence of the Peach Blossom Island and the 9-yin manual in his move. He hid it very well. Unfortunately, a man's kung fu is embedded in his bones. No matter how much he pretends, he will inevitably give himself away. There is only one person in the world who has the skills of these sects." Princess Yaluan looked out of the window in a certain direction. "No wonder I heard that the Khan went to the princess's mansion to capture the Golden Knife's son-in-law." Ho Shibai frowned. "But I've heard that the Golden Knife's son-in-law, Guo Jing, is a righteous man who is respected by everyone in the world. Why would he carry out such a sneaky assassination? I don't believe it's him either." Princess Yaluan remembered that when she visited Huazheng in the past, she had listened to the latter's story. She could not link Guo Jing to the killer, but all the information she had now pointed to him. Bad news, bad news. Suddenly, a Mongolian soldier rushed in. Yaluan was startled. Lan Ender angrily reprimanded, "What's the hurry?" The Mongolian soldier glanced at Song Qingshu and hesitated to speak. Lan Ender frowned and walked over. After listening to the soldier's whisper, his expression changed drastically. He hurried to the princess's side and whispered into her ear. Even though they lowered their voices, how could they hide it from Song Qingshu's ears? Chapter 2381. "What?" Princess Yaluan's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Ever since her husband's accidental death, her child had been her only source of support. Now that she knew that her child had been kidnapped, how could she not panic? "Did something happen in the residence, Your Highness? Do you need my help?" Song Qingshu asked, even though he already knew the answer. "No need." Princess Yaluan's body trembled a little, but she forced herself to say, "We'll take our leave first. We'll come back again if we have the chance." Without waiting for a reply, she left in a hurry with her subordinate. What happened? When was the little prince kidnapped? On the way out, Princess Yaluan asked her subordinates with a frosty expression. The messenger replied hurriedly, "When it was time to breastfeed, the wet nurse wanted to carry the little prince but found that he was not in the room. She quickly informed the other maids to look for him, but there was no trace of the little prince in the entire residence. Only then did we know that the little prince had been kidnapped." "What are the guards in the residence doing?" Princess Yaluan was furious. She was always gentle and kind, and she even wanted to kill all of them. But after calming down, she suppressed the thought. "Although Alan and I have come out, the residence is still heavily guarded. That person must be highly skilled in martial arts to be able to sneak in and kidnap the little prince," Ho Shibai analyzed. Alan said, "Before we left, Your Highness had just carried the little prince. That thief took the little prince away while we were away. The timing is so coincidental. Could it be related to the Shueiwa sect? Princess Yaluan looked back at the residence of the Shueiwa sect in the distance. After a long time, she shook her head and said, I don't think so. He's a Dong-ing man with no relatives here. He used to have a few disciples, but most of them died in Xixia. Now he's all alone. How could he have the ability to kidnap someone? But doesn't he still have the Wind Lady? Although she went missing during this trip to Gaochang, could he have hidden her on purpose and secretly helped him with something? Alan was still unwilling to give up. At this time, Ho Shibai said, I've met the Wind Lady once. Although her martial arts are good, she would not be able to sneak into the residence and kidnap the little prince. Alan was stunned. Although he did not like this pretty boy, his analysis did make sense. Princess, should we inform the Great Khan? Ho Shibai asked. Princess Yaluan looked hesitant. Objectively speaking, she didn't want to trouble the Khan for everything. Doing so would make her branch seem incompetent. But this time it concerned her son's safety, so she couldn't care less. Just as she was about to send someone to inform the Khan, she suddenly froze. Not only her, but the other two people in the carriage were also stunned. At this moment, there was one more person in the carriage. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The other person's face was covered, and only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. Alan, Darren, and Ho Shibai recovered from their momentary daze before they attacked at the same time. Judging by their attire, it was hard not to associate them with assassins. However, just as they raised their hands, they felt their vision blur. The person in front of them moved first and sealed their acupoints. Ho Shibai couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had been caught off guard, he was only slow for a moment. But the other person had managed to take advantage of that moment to subdue him. How good was his martial arts? Who are you? Princess Yaluan was relatively calmer. Her beautiful eyes stared at the mysterious person in front of her. Your Highness, I admire your self-control. I thought you would call for help or something. The person who had come was naturally Song Qingshu. After the group left, he had changed his attire and chased after them. He used imminent skyline to enter the carriage. Even the two of them are no match for you. There's no point in me calling for help at such a close distance. Princess Yaluan was a little surprised. The other person looked so young, but he had such high martial arts skills. How did you get into the carriage? Didn't the guards outside stop you? Song Qingshu shrugged. How I got in is not important. What's important is whether or not you want to save the little prince. Princess Yaluan's calm expression changed instantly. You're the one who took Yulong Dashu. Song Qingshu pressed his palm down slightly. Calm down, Your Highness. The little prince is fine. I just need you to promise me one thing. What is it? Princess Yaluan's eyes were like an angry female leopard. Bring a few people into the prison. Song Qingshu said slowly. Wolyang Hutai is guarding the prison now. Your Highness, you should be able to persuade him. Princess Yaluan's expression changed slightly. You want to save Guojing? Song Qingshu said. You don't have to worry about that, Your Highness. Princess Yaluan sneered. Breaking into the prison is a serious crime. Even as a princess, I can't bear the responsibility. Song Qingshu laughed. You will agree. Not to mention the fact that Yulong Dashu was a threat, she had originally planned to find Guojing to verify her father's murder. If she had been hesitant before, now was the time to give her a reason to do so. Your Highness, please don't hate me for taking your son. In fact, this will give you a reason to get off the hook. If the Khan blames you later, you can use us to threaten you with Yulong Dashu. I don't think the Khan will be so heartless. Song Qingshu added another bargaining chip. Princess Yaluan's eyes flickered. Apparently, the last of her worries were gone. She could now meet Guojing openly. All right, I promise you. But you must ensure Yulong Dashu's safety. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll tear you to pieces. Happy working with you. Song Qingshu extended his hand to give her a high five as a pledge. Alan panicked. Your Highness, please don't agree to his request. Breaking into the prison is a serious crime. The Khan won't let you off. Ho Shibai had a playful look on his face. His identity was special, so he didn't care about such things. Princess Yaluan said in a low voice, I have made up my mind. You don't have to say anything else. I will lock you up when we get back. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Alan Dyer quickly said, I am not someone who is afraid of death. Since your Highness has made up your mind, I will follow you to the end of my life. Ho Shibai also said, Your Highness is of high status. How can you not have someone to protect you? I have always prided myself on loving and protecting flowers. How can I sit back and watch your Highness risk her life alone? Princess Yaluan blushed at his words, but she knew that he had always been like this, so she didn't blame him. All right, I'll have to trouble you too then. She then looked at Song Qingshu and asked, Can you unseal their acupoints? Of course. Song Qingshu moved like lightning and quickly unsealed their acupuncture points. Alan Dyer and Ho Shibai instinctively shrank back after they were freed. They looked at him warily. Princess Yaluan said, Since we have become allies, how should I address you, Your Highness? We are all passers-by in life. There is no need to care about our names. Be prepared tonight, Your Highness. I will bring people to you. Song Qingshu flew out of the carriage after saying this. Chapter 2382. Song Qingshu went all the way to the south of the city. Because he wanted to save Guojing, it wasn't appropriate to meet at the recruitment center. This house was where De Wu and Xiao Wu hid before they entered the princess's palace. It was useful now. Brother Song, you're here? De Wu and Xiao Wu were surprised to see him. Did you find Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly when he saw De Wu and Xiao Wu. This was what he was most worried about. The two of them were elusive, and it wouldn't be easy to find them in a short amount of time. We found them, Wu Xiuwen said embarrassedly. We were looking everywhere in the city, but we were discovered by the Mongolian soldiers. Fortunately, you two seniors came to our rescue. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire these two's good luck. At this time, the people in the house also came out. Other than Yang Guo, there were two old men standing next to him. One had white hair and a youthful face. He had a chubby face and looked innocent and romantic. The other was much calmer. He wore patched clothes and had a wine gourd hanging on his waist. Greetings, seniors. Song Qingshu stepped forward and bowed. At this time, Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong were also looking at him with interest. Hong Qigong laughed and said, I don't deserve such a bow. He didn't know why, but he instinctively didn't like this pretty boy in front of him. Zhou Batong was the opposite. He hurriedly pulled on his sleeve and asked, How did you do that thing that could carry people into the sky? I tried many times and broke a few bones, but I still couldn't learn it. Song Qingshu remembered that when he was gliding over the valley with Huang Rong in the Jin Kingdom, he was seen by him. It's just a big kite. There's nothing special about it. Nonsense. How can there be nothing special about it? You look honest, but I didn't expect you to be so evil. When Xiao Long Nu taught me how to control bees, she didn't hide anything from me. Zhou Batong felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but scratch his head and ears. How about I exchange a kung fu with you? Hearing him mention Xiao Long Nu, Yang Guo felt bad and interrupted. Old urchin, it's more important to save Uncle Guo. Zhou Batong pursed his lips and unwillingly retreated to the side. That stinky boy Guojing is so useless, he muttered. He was captured by the Mongolians and he still needed us to rescue him. The old urchin can't even learn how to fly a kite. Dao and Xiaowu were angry, but the other party's seniority was extremely high, and they knew his temperament, so they did not say anything. Brother Song, how's Princess Yaluan? Yang Guo felt weird when he said it. He didn't think that he would call him brother. But in order to save Uncle Gua, he couldn't care less. Everything has been arranged. Song Qinshu suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "What about her little prince?" "He's sleeping in the room. Miss Gongsun is taking care of him," Yang Gua said. Song Qinshu went to the door and saw that Gongsun Lu was holding a baby and playing with him. He couldn't help but laugh. Miss Gongsun is really kind. She's a virgin, but she's still so patient with a child. Yang Gua nodded. She really is a good girl. Song Qinshu originally wanted to tell him not to let her down, but he suddenly realized that he was a love rival and that he was asking for a beating. He could only laugh and swallow his words. "Children are the most troublesome, they're not fun at all," Zhou Batong suddenly said angrily. Hong Qigong, who had been sullen all this time, suddenly laughed and said, "Didn't you want to hold him in the beginning? In the end, he peed on your face. I didn't think that the great old urchin would be hit by such a hidden weapon, ha ha ha. Old beggar, next time I'll find a chance to pee in your wine gourd." Zhou Batong squatted to the side with a gloomy expression. Song Qinshu thought that these two were really insensitive, so he cleared his throat and said the following arrangements: "When the time comes, you two will pretend to be Princess Yaluan's bodyguards." After listening to his arrangements, Hong Qigong suddenly asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Song Qinshu said, "I'll be helping you in secret, just in case anything happens." He tried to avoid appearing in public as much as possible so that it wouldn't make things difficult for him in the city. Hong Qigong frowned, but didn't say anything. Soon it was night time. Song Qinshu brought a few people to the Ment Palace. Princess Yaluan waved her hand and had her subordinates bring over a few sets of bodyguard clothes. At the same time, she stared at him and said, "I hope you remember your promise." Song Qinshu nodded, "Of course. Whether or not the plan succeeds, I'll return it to your son." Princess Yaluan thought that if the plan fails, they'll all be dead. However, she didn't say such inauspicious words at the moment. Alan and Dada were holding their weapons tightly, obviously worried about their mistress's safety. Ho Shibai looked back and forth between Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you the old urchin and the nine-fingered beggar? I've heard of your names for a long time. It's a pity that I didn't get to see you two wreak havoc in Helen City. You're really good at flattering, Gigolo." Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong didn't deny it. Their appearances were so obvious that it was hard not to recognize them. Suddenly, Zhou Batong noticed his fan and grabbed it in his hand to study it. "Why does your drawing look a little like Xiaolong Nu?" Even though he didn't draw her face, her temperament and charm were still very well drawn. Those who knew her would naturally be able to recognize her. Ho Shibai's expression changed. He was clearly on guard, but the other party's technique was too brilliant. He actually snatched the folding fan from his hand in an instant. However, he was open-minded and quickly smiled. "So Senior also knows Lady Long beside him." Yang Gua looked excited. "Where did you see her?" The two of them had met before, but he didn't notice the drawing on his fan. "In Mount Heng." Seeing his excited expression, Ho Shibai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he couldn't get over Miss Long. Who could forget a fairy like her? Princess Yaluan suddenly said, "Yang Gua, as far as I know, you've joined Kubilai's recruitment center. Today, you went to break out a prison. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in Mongolia anymore." Yang Gua's eyes had a hint of bitterness. "I've always seen the world as my home. Why would I need to stay in Mongolia?" Princess Yaluan frowned and didn't say anything else. Handsome men could easily win the favor of women, but that was all. She turned around and noticed that Song Qinshu hadn't changed his clothes. She couldn't help but be surprised. "You're not going?" Song Qinshu grunted. "I have other plans." To disguise as a guard, he had to take off his mask. He didn't want to reveal his original appearance, nor did he want to expose his disguise skills. "Then how am I going to get a son from you?" Yaluan immediately panicked. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt that they were a bit ambiguous. She quickly added, I mean Yulong de Shi. Song Qingshu wondered if she had any other sons other than him. I've already made arrangements. After we enter the prison, my men will send the little prince back to his residence. I hope you won't go back on your word. Seeing that Yang Guo and the others had already put on the guard's clothes, Princess Yaluan stood up and said, Let's go to the prison. At that moment, in the main altar of shamanism, the Tongtian shaman wearing the golden mask said slowly, Go inform Heezer that someone is breaking out of the prison. The subordinate was surprised. Aren't we going to inform the Khan? Heezer was Temujin's younger brother. Although he had always been brave, he wasn't the Khan himself. The Tongtian shaman only looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. The subordinate immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, I'll do it right away. Chapter 2383. Princess Yaluan and her entourage made their way to the dungeon. Yang Guo and Hong Qigong, disguised as guards, followed behind her, guarding against any sudden movements. Zhou Batong watched Ho Shibai, Alan, and Dada. Originally, Dao and Xiaowu were not allowed to go together. After all, their martial arts skills were far inferior. However, Dao and Xiaowu were eager to save their teacher and insisted on going together. Hong Qigong thought about it and agreed. After all, it was their duty to save Guojing. Moreover, their martial arts skills were inferior to those of top-notch masters. Compared to ordinary warriors, their martial arts were still superior. Before long, the entourage arrived outside the dungeon. A group of guards quickly surrounded them and stopped them. Princess Yaluan took a deep breath. Tell Wuliang Hutai to come see me. Someone recognized her and immediately went to summon the general. Wuliang Hutai ran out with a joyful expression. He knelt on one knee and bowed. Greetings, Princess Yaluan. Seeing that he was still respectful to her, Princess Yaluan's heart warmed. Her husband had not misjudged her. I want to go in and see the prisoner. Wuliang Hutai looked troubled. But the Great Khan has decreed that no one is allowed to see him. It is said that this man killed my eldest brother. However, I have some doubts and need to verify it with him. I hope that the general will allow me to do so, Princess Yaluan said. Wuliang Hutai frowned. Please forgive me, Princess Yaluan. It is not that I do not want to help, but this matter is of great importance. The Great Khan has always been strict. If I disobey his orders, I am afraid I will bear all the consequences. Princess Yaluan took a step forward. My husband is dead, and now even my own brother is dead. Can't I ask the suspect? Wuliang Hutai instinctively reached out to block her. However, Princess Yaluan continued to walk forward. Seeing that his hand was about to touch her chest, Wuliang Hutai quickly retracted his hand and gritted his teeth. Since Princess Yaluan insists, I will disobey the Great Khan's orders this time. It will be considered as repayment for your Highness and Princess Yaluan's past kindness. Thank you, General. Princess Yaluan's expression softened. Gazing at the other's gentle and beautiful face, Wuliang Hutai sighed. If Wang Yi was still here, as the heir apparent, who would stop him? Wang Fei must have had a hard time living alone these years. Princess Yaluan walked towards the entrance of the dungeon with Yang Guo and the others following closely behind her. Wuliang Hutai was startled and hurriedly stopped them. It's fine if Princess Yaluan goes in, but are these people going in as well? Yang Guo and Hong Qigong tensed up, ready to attack at any moment. Zhou Batong, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression, as if he didn't know what nervousness was. Alan, Darren, and Ho Shibai also activated their internal energy. Once Princess Yaluan gave the order, they would work together with Wuliang Hutai's men and capture all the thieves in one fell swoop. Princess Yaluan hesitated for a moment and said, They are my confidants, responsible for my safety. Wuliang Hutai stared at Hong Qigong and Zhou Batong suspiciously. Why would Princess choose such an old warrior? There was another warrior with a broken arm. He did not look like a warrior at all. Princess Yaluan was not flustered at all. I have some strange people on the internet. Only then did Wu Yang Hutai feel relieved. In recent years, every king's mansion had been recruiting all kinds of skilled people. If King Menk had not died, his mansion would have the most skilled people. The group entered the dungeon. The Mongolian dungeon was much simpler, and it was not as complicated as the one in the Central Plains. Soon, they saw Guojing in the innermost cell. His hands and feet were shackled and his back was tied to the wall with a metal chain. De Wu and Xiao Wu were anxious and wanted to call out to their master, but they were stopped by Hong Qigong. He used secret voice sending and said, "Wait, there are Mongolian soldiers here." Wu Liang Hutai had come in with them and had brought many Mongolian soldiers with him. If they acted rashly, they would alert the enemy. Princess Yaluan took this opportunity to walk up to Guojing and asked, "Uncle Guo, I have something to ask you." Yang Guo and Hong Qigong were surprised. They did not expect her to be so polite. "You are?" Guojing looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "My husband is Ment. His father, Tori, used to be your Anda," Princess Yaluan answered. "Tori? Ment?" Guojing's expression changed, as if he remembered something. "What do you want to ask?" Princess Yaluan took a deep breath. "Uncle Guo, why did you kill my father, Chun, in the Gaochang maze?" Guojing shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't even go to the Gaochang maze." "Are you serious?" Princess Yaluan nervously grabbed the bars of the cell. Wu Liang Hutai, who was beside her, hurried to remind her to be careful. The man was highly skilled in martial arts. Even though he was shackled, it was still dangerous for him to be at such a distance. Princess Yaluan could not care less. She still stared at Guojing nervously. Guojing said, "I've been with Huajing all this time. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Elder and Junior Wu looked at each other awkwardly. They had heard that their master had affairs with other women. They did not know if they should tell their master's wife the truth when they returned. At this moment, Hong Qigong and Yang Guo suddenly moved. In an instant, they had reached the surrounding soldiers. Yang Guo reached out and grabbed Wu Yang Hutai's neck. Ho Shibai and Alan quickly tried to save him, but were stopped by Zhou Batong. "Stop! Don't kill him!" Princess Yaluan exclaimed. Yang Guo hesitated for a moment. Thinking that she had been cooperative along the way, he released his hand and only sealed Wu Liang Hutai's acupuncture point. "Princess, what's going on?" Wu Liang Hutai's face was pale. He had felt that something was wrong, but he did not think too much about it because of his trust in Princess Yaluan. He did not expect these people to be evil. Princess Yaluan looked apologetic. "I'm sorry. I'll personally explain this to the Khan later." At this moment, Hong Qigong broke through the bars of the cell and barged in. "Jing how are you?" "Master. Master," Guojing mumbled to himself. He suddenly held his head, feeling as if it was about to split open. "What's wrong with him?" Hong Qigong turned to look at Wu Liang Hutai. Wu Liang Hutai snorted. "How would I know?" Hong Qigong was about to get angry when Elder and Junior Wu hurriedly said, "Master seems to have lost his memory." They had infiltrated the princess residence before, so they naturally knew about Guojing's situation. Lost his memory? Hong Qigong was stunned, but he did not care too much. He had to get Wu Liang out of here first. With a thought, he tried to pull the shackles on Wu Liang Hutai's hands. With Hong Qigong's internal energy, ordinary iron chains and weapons would not be a problem. Who knew that no matter how hard he pulled, the shackles would not budge. Wu Liang Hutai laughed. "Give up. These are made of the finest wrought iron. How could they be torn apart? Where's the key?" Yang Guo pressed on Wu Liang Hutai's shoulder and circulated his internal energy. Chapter 2384. That's not necessarily true. Yang Guo snorted and pulled out the heavy sword on his back. With a few clangs, he hacked at the shackles and broke them. Great sword technique. Even as an enemy, Ho Shibai couldn't help but exclaim. The sword in his opponent's hand was so heavy, and he used it as if it were light. He didn't let any of his strength leak out. It was truly admirable. Yang didn't have time to pay attention to him. He hurriedly caught Guojing, who was about to fall. After a careful examination, his expression changed. Not only was he heavily injured, but he was also restrained. Now, he was even weaker than an ordinary person. Uncle Guo, let me unseal your acupoints. Yang Guo's fingers quickly poked at Guojing's body. He had learned the method of unsealing acupoints from the 9-yin manual and had been taught by Ouyang Feng to reverse the meridians. Logically speaking, most acupoints should be easily unsealed. But now, he had tried several times and couldn't unseal them. Hey, let me try. Hong Qigong also walked over, but he still couldn't unseal Guojing's acupoints. I want to try too. Zhou Baotong ran over excitedly, leaving his two opponents behind. Yang Guo was so frightened that he hurriedly went to block Ho Shibai and Alan Darren. Zhou Baotong touched Guojing's body from head to toe, but he still couldn't unseal them. Wuliang Hutai sneered. The Great Khan personally placed the restraints, with the help of Ba Siba and Li Qimei. How can you possibly unseal them? Hong Qigong stopped Zhou Baotong from trying again. We can't stay here for long. Let's get them out first and then we can slowly study them. Yang Guo nodded and held Wuliang Hutai. Lead the way. If you do anything out of the ordinary, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Wuliang Hutai frowned, but he still walked forward. Dewu carried Guojing on his back and covered him with a layer of clothes. Xiao Wu watched from the side. Hong Qigong and Zhou Baotong went forward to watch Princess Yaluan and Ho Shibai. After stopping Ho Shibai and Alan Darren from fighting, Princess Yaluan said, I've fulfilled my promise. Now, it's time for you to let him go. We will let you go after we get out. As for your child, you should be able to see him when you return to the mansion, Hong Qigong said. Princess Yaluan nodded and turned to follow behind Yang Guo. Ho Shibai and Alan stood on her left and right, protecting her. Hong Qigong gave Zhou Baotong a look, and the two of them stood in front of them and behind them to prevent them from making any sudden moves. How could I not be able to unseal his acupoints? Looking at Guojing in front of him, Zhou Baotong's hands were itching. He began to think about the acupoint unsealing method he had learned. Suddenly he remembered the scene when he taught Aunt Ing how to seal acupoints. He shuddered and immediately lost interest in unsealing acupoints. When they left the prison, the guards outside hurried over to greet them. Greetings, Princess Consort. Greetings, General. Just as Wuliang Hutai was hesitating on whether or not to call for the soldiers to act, a cold and hard object pressed against his lower back. He could only give up and make a sound in response. He then said to Yaluan, This subordinate respectfully sends off Wang Fei. Princess Yaluan nodded. She was anxious to go back and see if Yulongda had returned. She also wanted to end this as soon as possible. She gave Yang Guo and the others a look, indicating that they should follow her. Just as they were about to leave the prison, a shout suddenly came from not far away. Wait! A group of cavalry arrived in an instant and quickly surrounded them. The leader was an old man with a beard and a leopard's head and round eyes. Princess Yaluan's expression changed. She hurriedly said, Greetings, second great uncle. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a military mission? This man was the Khan's younger brother, Heezer. He had always been known for his bravery. Yang Guo, Hong Qigong, and the others immediately became nervous. Although they were highly skilled in kung fu, it was still difficult for them to face an army, not to mention that there was a severely injured Guojing. Heezer sneered. Yaluan, what are you doing in the prison so late at night? Princess Yaluan replied, I'm here to ask about the circumstances of my father's death. Heezer's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Wuliang Hutai. The Khan has ordered that no one is allowed to visit the prison. Did you ignore it? Princess Yaluan hurriedly said, I will apologize to the Khan for what happened today. I hope that great uncle will forgive me." Heezer was unmoved by the other party's soft words. He pointed his spear at Dawu and asked, "What's behind him?" Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Dawu was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Yanggua's mind was active. He immediately replied, "The prisoner inside is sworn brother of King Tuale. Thus, Princess Yaluan has brought some things to see him. These are the leftovers that can't be used inside. Open it and see." How could Heezer be so easily brushed aside after receiving the news? Yanggua and the others looked at each other. They could all see the nervousness in each other's hearts. Only Zhou Batong had a cheeky smile on his face. "Open it." Heezer's voice became stern. Some of the soldiers also walked towards them. "Rainbow Literature Network, all right, I'll open it. Yanggua hurriedly agreed and walked to Dawu's side. As he was about to open it, he gave his companions a look. "I'll open it now." As he spoke, he directly tore off the clothes on top and threw them at the surrounding soldiers. At this point, he couldn't hide it anymore. He could only force his way through. The clothes contained his internal force. When he threw them out at high speed, they were like drops of blood, instantly taking the lives of the soldiers at the front. "Someone is breaking into the prison. Capture him. Kill anyone who resists." Heezer was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. He had a son who had died in the army outside the city of Xiangyang. Naturally, he hated Guojing to the bone. This time, the Great Khan had captured Guojing but not killed him. He was puzzled. Because of the Golden Knife Emperor's son-in-law, he was worried that the Great Khan would help Guojing and Huajing. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to avenge his son. Now that the other party had broken out of prison, he could openly kill him. In addition, he had always been at odds with Brother Meng's bloodline. In the past, he had a dispute with Brother Meng over some land and herdsmen. But at that time, Brother Meng was the crown prince, and he had suffered a great loss. He regarded it as a great shame. This time, he ran into Yaluan and actually helped to break into the prison. It was a golden opportunity for revenge. Naturally, his subordinates knew what he was thinking. They all raised their bows and shot at the people in the field. Alan Dyer was furious. "Heezer, the princess is still here." Heezer said coldly, "The princess has colluded with the enemy and is a traitor. Execute her on the spot." As he spoke, a sky full of arrows rained down on everyone in the field. Alan Dyer didn't care about cursing anymore. He quickly called for the palace guards to stand in front of the princess and help her block the incoming arrows. But before he could do so, Ho Shibai had already arrived. He could only see his folding fan spinning rapidly in front of him, forming countless fan shadows. He forcefully protected the few feet behind him. "Pretty boy, I underestimated you before." Alan Dyer couldn't help but praise him as he helped. Previously, he saw how easily he was subdued by the mysterious person. Later, he was helpless against Zhou Batong and thought that his martial arts were mediocre. Now, he realized that he had greatly underestimated him. Ho Shibai's face darkened. "Shut up. Think of a way to send the princess to a safe place." On the other side, Yanggua and the others also hurriedly blocked the rain of arrows. Zhou Batong and Hong Qigong even wanted to rush over and capture Heezer several times. But the other party came prepared. The soldiers split into 5 layers and took turns shooting arrows. The rain of arrows was dense, and there was also a formation of spears blocking in front of them. How could they rush over? Ah! With a scream, Dawu's leg was hit by an arrow. His entire body staggered. If it wasn't for Xiao Wu who hurriedly supported him, he would probably have fallen to the ground with Guojing. Yanggua frowned. He knew that this couldn't go on. He picked up his black iron sword and stabbed it into the stone slab on the ground. He pried out a pebble and bounced it up. Then, he used his black iron sword to hit the pebble. The pebble instantly turned into a bullet and shot towards Heezer, who was on his horse in the distance. When Heezer's bodyguards saw this, they hurriedly took out their shields and placed them in front of them. But Yang Guo had used all his strength in addition to the weight of his black iron sword. The pebble's power was incredible. It directly pierced through 3 layers of shields and shot towards Heezer's chest. At this critical moment, Heezer hurriedly took out his spear to block his chest. With a loud bang, the pebble shattered, and the spear in his hand also broke into 2. He laughed loudly. "That's all there is to it." The surrounding soldiers all cheered wildly. Their morale was immediately boosted. Only the bodyguards behind Heezer could see that his hand, which was hidden behind his back, was trembling slightly. His perlicue was bleeding, and he couldn't help but be shocked. It should be known that he was a famous brave general in the army. The other party's pebble still had such power even after being weakened by multiple layers of shield. If he had been hit directly, what would have happened? Yang Guo sighed. Just now, he had caught Heezer off guard. If he were to do it again, it would be very difficult for him to hit the pebble. Could it be that he would die here today? For some reason, he suddenly thought of Song Qingshu. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he was the only one who could save them now. Will he borrow the hands of the Mongolians to kill me? That way there will be no more obstacles between him and Ant? A thought flashed through Yang Guo's mind, but it quickly disappeared. Even though he didn't like Heezer, after interacting with him so many times, Heezer wouldn't do such a thing. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards Heezer. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The soldiers all pulled out their swords to block the figure, but the figure had rushed from the back of the army. The defense here was much weaker, so how could they stop the figure? In the blink of an eye, the figure broke through the defense of the surrounding soldiers and landed on Heezer's horse. Heezer was shocked, and he hurriedly raised his saber to cut behind him. However, he only felt his elbow go numb. For some reason, he held the saber against his own neck. "Everyone, stop!" The person who restrained Heezer was naturally Song Qingshu. Even though he didn't want to expose himself, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing when he saw the situation. So, he took the opportunity to rush out and restrain the commander of the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Heezer was restrained. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned, and the Mongolian soldiers unconsciously lowered their bows. "Order them to make way." Song Qingshu tightened his grip on the saber in his hand. It had already cut through Heezer's skin. Heezer originally wanted to be stubborn, but when he felt the thick sense of death on the cold blade, he had no choice but to compromise. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to retreat, his body suddenly trembled, and then his head drooped weakly. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't think that Heezer was playing tricks, but the two of them were so close, and he immediately noticed that Heezer's pulse had disappeared. How did he suddenly die? Chapter 2385. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He was the scapegoat. He really didn't kill him. This guy looked like a dragon and a tiger. How could he suddenly die like this? He didn't think that anyone could kill someone under his watch. There were no hidden weapons or anything like that. Hecker just died like that. Song Qingshu had no time to investigate how Hecker had died. He knew that he was in deep trouble now. Previously, he had wanted to take Hecker hostage, and then use Princess Yaluan as a hostage, so that they could take Yang Guo away first. But now everyone had seen that he was the one who had killed Hecker. Hecker wasn't just the commander-in-chief. He was also the Khan's younger brother. No matter who he was, his death meant that the soldiers here wouldn't let them go. At this moment, a group of people galloped over. The person in the lead was none other than Na Chen, who had been pursuing Zhao Min in the Ruyang mansion. He was the second young master of the Hongjira family, and also the younger brother of the deceased Hua Chen. There was also a woman in luxurious clothes next to him. It was Kublai's Princess Chabi. Behind her were many masters from the palace. Jinluan Fuang, Xiaoxiangzi, Priest Baisu, and the leader of the Jin Gang faction. They were all familiar faces. What happened here? Na Chen didn't expect such a big scene. It looked like two armies were facing each other. Second Son and Princess Yaluan, please help our marshal. These people not only broke into the prison to save someone, but they also killed our marshal. Some of Heezer's bodyguards had already gone to report to Nachin that Princess Yaluan was involved. Heezer had been there earlier, but now that there was no order from above, they didn't dare to act rashly. Breaking into a prison is a capital offense. Princess Yaluan was threatened. Other than her and the people from King Mink's palace, everyone else is to be killed. Nachin gave the order. The Hongjaira people reacted strongly to Wochen's death. But since Princess Huazheng was involved and the Khan didn't say anything, they could only wait and see. Nachin knew that Guijing used to be the Golden Knife Prince consort, so he was worried that the Khan would let him go for old times' sake. Now that there was such a good opportunity, he would not let it go. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to avenge his big brother so that the Khan would not be able to blame him. Upon receiving the order, all the soldiers charged towards Yang Guo and his entourage. Cha Bai instructed the highly skilled fighters, "The battlefield is too dangerous. All of you go and rescue Princess Yaluan." Even though Kublai and Menk had a falling out in the later years, she and Yaluan were both from the Hongjaira tribe. In terms of seniority, she was Yaluan's aunt. Also, it was because of Yaluan that Menk let Kublai go. Yes. Jinluan Fuang and the others saluted and flew towards Yaluan. The leader of the Jin Kong school, Taoist priest Bai Shen, and the Xianming elders ran faster than anyone else. They had joined Kublai's side and hadn't done anything yet. Now was the best time to show off. When Yang Guo and the others saw this, they naturally went to capture Yaluan. In the blink of an eye, both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Yang Guo, I recommended you with good intentions. I didn't think that you would be so ungrateful and do such a rebellious thing. Jinluan Fuang faced Yang Guo directly. He was angry and annoyed. Of course, he didn't dare to mention that Yang Guo was from the recruitment center. He didn't want to cause trouble for His Highness. But at the same time, he wanted to clear his name. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Uncle Guo is in danger, how can I just sit by and do nothing? Although Yang Guo said this, he felt a little apologetic. Even though he had been enemies with Jinluan Fuang many times, to a certain extent, they still admired each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they were on different sides, they might have become good friends. Then let's see what we can do. Jinluan Fuang opened up his 5 wheels. One was shot towards Yang Guo, and the other 3 were shot towards Guijing. Despicable! Yang Guo chopped the wheel that was flying towards him in half. He quickly tried to block the one that was shot towards Guijing. Unfortunately, Jinluan Fuang waved his golden wheel in front of him to block it. The weapons of both sides clashed, creating a loud noise. The vibrations caused the bones of the nearby soldiers to rupture. They covered their ears in pain. The 2 of them were also shocked. Electronic book Rune Jinluan Fuang had suffered under Yang Guo's heavy sword before, so he specially trained in the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. His internal energy had been trained to a level that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Yang Guo, on the other hand, had been training with the sword in the ocean for a long time. His internal energy was also extremely fierce. Yang Guo let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the wheels that were shot towards Guijing were blocked by Zhou Batong. He knew that today was a matter of life and death. He didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately sheathed his heavy sword on his back and used the killing technique of the melancholic sadness palm. Jinluan Fuang had never seen such a strange palm technique before. He accidentally got hit by 2 palms. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that right now, his side had the advantage and he didn't need to take any risk. He thought of retreating. If this continued, the situation would become even more dangerous. Yang Guo knew that Jinluan Fuang's internal energy was extremely profound. It was just that he wasn't good at dealing with strange technique. If he missed today's opportunity, he would have enough time to think of a way to break this technique. The next time they met, it would be very difficult to win. Looking at Guo Jing in danger, he couldn't help but be ruthless. He wanted to take Jinluan Fuang's life in a few moves. Just at this moment, 2 gusts of cold air suddenly came from his 2 ribs. The Xianming elders had leapt out from under Jinluan Fuang's armpits and were attacking Yang Guo. Yang Guo had no choice but to return to defend. He used the muddy water stance. His empty sleeves fluttered as if he was dragging thousands of pounds of sand. The Xianming elders felt the danger. They knew that if they were hit by his sleeves, their heads would probably be smashed to pieces. They had no choice but to raise their palms to defend. They had always cooperated seamlessly. They would free up 2 hands to block the sleeves and use the other 2 to take the opportunity to take his life. A normal person would be at a great disadvantage against them with 2 hands, not to mention Yang Guo with only 1 hand. But they didn't think that when their palms came into contact with each other's sleeves, the force of the sleeves would suddenly disappear. It would become like flowing water, causing their prepared strength to hit nothing but air. At this time, Yang Guo's other hand, with great strength, met their palms. The Xianming elders only felt a huge force coming towards them. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Yang Guo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't feeling well either. The cold energy from the opponent's palm was invading his veins, but he had no time to force the cold energy out. Jinluan Fuang was a grandmaster after all. He immediately reacted and attacked. At the same time, he was cursing Xiaoxiangzi and Yin Kashi in his heart. These bastards, they had worked together for so long. Just now, when he was in danger, they didn't even come to help. They weren't even as good as the Xianming elders, 2 outsiders. Yang Guo's internal injuries weren't light. He also had the cold poison in his body. It would be a bit strenuous for him to deal with Jinluan Fuang. On the other side, Hong Qigong had just used the shower of flowers technique to shoot out hidden weapons and hit a large group of Mongolian soldiers. He was immediately entangled by the leader of the Jin gang. He also knew that today was an exceptionally dangerous day. He didn't hold back either. The 18 dragon subduing palms met with the mighty Jin gang palm. The mighty Jin gang palm was slightly inferior. Hong Qigong seized the advantage and directly struck the opponent's chest. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Indestructible body of diamond? If it wasn't for Hong Qigong's vast experience, he would have been seriously injured by the opponent's counterattack. Not bad. The 18 dragon subduing palms is nothing special. The leader of the Jin gang laughed. He immediately used his internal energy to shatter the clothes on his body. His body glowed with a faint golden light. He pounced forward again. On the other side, Zhou Batong was facing off against Taoist Bai Xing. Nimixing, Xiaoxiangzi, and Yin Kashi wanted to rush to Guo Jing's side and steal his head. However, they were all blocked by Zhou Batong. He used the left and right inter-fighting technique. It was as if he had transformed into several Zhou Batong. He forcibly blocked the 4 experts, making it difficult for them to advance. The spectators in the distance all cried out in alarm. At this moment, a ghostly figure rapidly approached Guo Jing. Zhou Batong hastily tried to block it, but who knew that he would hit empty air? Chapter 2386. The ghostly figure was startled and quickly turned back. His movement seemed to ignore inertia and attracted the attention of all the masters. Master Li's Qinggong is amazing. Na Chen couldn't help but praise. Even Temujin respected Li Qimei, so it was not wrong for him to call him master. Chabi nodded his head, curiously sizing up the person in front of Guo Jing. I wonder who the other person is. Li Qimei also had the same doubts. He looked at the figure in front of him. Your kung fu is definitely not that of Nameless. Who are you? Song Qingshu's heart sank. Since Li Qimei had appeared, Temujin must not be far away. If he made any mistakes today, he would probably die here. He ignored Li Qimei's words. With a wave of his finger, a nearby sword flew up and floated in the air. With a light flick, the sword shot toward Li Qimei so fast that it was almost invisible. Li Qimei was shocked and hurriedly used the art of heavenly charm. His whole body flickered, appearing and disappearing in different directions in an attempt to escape the attack of the sword. But no matter how he changed directions or how he jumped, the sword was like a maggot in his bones, always behind him. His heart sank. How could he not see that his opponent's level was higher than his? He knew that he couldn't hide, so he had to use all his kung fu to block the sword. He formed a ball of purple energy between his hands in front of him. When the sword rushed toward him, his whole body shook. His handsome face first blushed, then became extremely pale. The kung fu he practiced was in energy, so he rarely sweated. But now beads of sweat were dripping from his temples. He had already used all his kung fu, but the sword was still moving forward inch by inch. It was about to completely break through the purple energy in his hand. My life is over. Li Qimei closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, a lotus imprint appeared and bombarded the side of the sword. The sword slightly deviated and slid past Li Qimei's body, cutting a section of his sleeve and revealing his arm that was fairer than a woman's. Thank you, Imperial Preceptor. Li Qimei thanked the monk beside him with lingering fear. Basiba looked at his red palm and couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid it's a grandmaster. Li Qimei nodded in agreement. She subconsciously looked at the person just now, but found that she had lost sight of him. At this time, Song Qingshu had already appeared next to Na Chen and Cha Bai. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This was a principle that even children knew, so how could he not know? The soldiers along the way could not stop him at all. The experts beside the two hurriedly tried to stop him, but they were all destroyed by his sword chi. There was only one last line of defense left between the two of them. A beautiful woman in white held a sword and stabbed towards him. Even though she knew she couldn't block it, her sword was filled with determination. She didn't care about her own life at all and only wanted to injure her opponent. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Jin Bingyun looked so gentle and quiet. How could she fight like a mad dog? In the end, he couldn't bring himself to destroy a flower. He flicked the sword in her hand away with a finger and slapped her to the side. Then, he grabbed Na Chen and Chabi's shoulders with both hands. Then, he grabbed Na Chen and Chabi's shoulders. At this moment, a gentle and mellow voice said, "Why make things difficult for the younger generation? Try it with me." Song Qingshu suddenly felt that there was something strange between heaven and earth. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on him. The pressure made it hard for him to breathe. 56 He knew that this was not an illusion. Someone was attacking him with mental power. This attack was different from Old Man Wu Sun's. Old Man Wu Sun created illusions, but if he really wanted to hurt someone, he would need to use real attack. But this attack was far more powerful and real than Old Man Wu Sunday. He even had a feeling that if he didn't do anything, he would be crushed into a meat patty by this virtual mountain. It would be no different from a real mountain pressing down on him. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and a small golden man appeared. A muffled groan came from the air. The small golden man in Song Qingshu's eyes instantly retracted, and then rushed to a certain place. A fist stretched out in the air. Even though it was a man's hand, it was more perfect than a woman's. It was like a work of art. The surface of the fist was as clear as jade, but it appeared simple and reserved. Song Qingshu used his finger as a sword. The fist and the sword clashed, and the two of them separated. The man dozens of feet away looked like a demon king. He wore a purple robe embroidered with gold, and there was not a speck of dust on it. He wore a silver cloak that reached the ground, and a 3-inch wide belt was tied around his waist, revealing a section of it that was studded with gems. His figure was extremely majestic, and his appearance was almost devilishly handsome. The thing that left a deep impression on others was his translucent skin that flickered with a dazzling luster. His long jet-black hair was parted down the middle and hung on both sides of his shoulders that were much wider than an ordinary person's. The bridge of his nose was high and straight, and his eyes were in high spirits like flashes of lightning, concealing an almost devilish charm. Demon Master Pang Ban? For some reason, even though he had never seen him before, Song Qingshu immediately recognized him. Pang Ban smiled. I've heard that the Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu, has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Today I see that it is indeed so. With your martial arts, if you hadn't been lenient, how could Bingyun still be alive? I've made a fool of myself in front of the Demon Master. Song Qingshu took off his mask. He had just defeated Qi Mei and fought Pang Ban. It was difficult for him to conceal his martial arts. Now that things had come to this, there was naturally no need to hide. Jean Bingyun, who was not far away, hurriedly looked at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise, sizing up this man who would definitely be entangled with her for the rest of her life. Not only her, but everyone else also looked over. The commotion just now was too great. With two great grandmasters exchanging blows, it would be difficult not to attract attention. Ho Shibai's face was filled with joy. I was wondering why I was subdued in one move in the carriage. So it was him, ha ha ha. He had always been brooding over the fact that he and Alan Darren had been subdued in one move. He had doubted his life and his Taoist heart had been shaken. Now that he knew the identity of that person, he completely relaxed. However, he then thought of Xiao Long Nu, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. No wonder Miss Long Nu fell in love with him. Beside him, Princess Yaluan heard him mumbling to himself and also looked at him curiously. Is he the one who held me hostage? I heard that he is Princess Xiao Min's sweetheart. No wonder such a proud and outstanding woman fell in love with him. On the other hand, Na Chen's face alternated between green and white. Thinking of the terrifying pressure that the other party had felt when he grabbed him, his legs and stomach were still trembling. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his pride as a man had completely collapsed. The other party's incomparably powerful figure lingered in his mind. How could he still have the courage to pursue Zhao Min in the future? Princess Cha Bai also blinked her eyes. Unlike Na Chen, who was on the verge of collapsing from fear, the powerful pressure just now had caused her to have an extremely shameful reaction. She did not know why she had such a reaction, and for a moment, she felt angry and embarrassed. At this moment, Pang Ban's voice rang out again. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. What is there to laugh about? You have actually entered the great Grandmaster realm at such a young age. You have really put me to shame. It's a pity that you are destined to fall here today. Song Qingshu had to admit that Pang Ban's every movement, every word, and every smile were absolutely perfect. It created an incomparably evil attraction. Those who did not have a strong will would easily be intimidated by his temperament. Chapter 2387. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. The Demon Palace was almost on par with shamanism in Mabe, especially Demon Master Pang Ban, who was considered by many to be the most mysterious and powerful person. Before the rise of the Great Khan, the Mongolians discussed who was stronger between him and Tongtian Shaman daily. Even though the Demon Gate was divided into 3 sects and 6 schools, and the sects were almost incompatible with each other, the other sects had to admit that Pang Ban was the undisputed number 1 in the Demon Gate. And yet, this young man in front of him dared to boast so shamelessly about such a supreme master. Countless fans of the Demon Palace were about to scold him when Pang Ban slowly said, "That's right, I haven't mastered the great art of Taoist heart demonic seed. If we really fight, I'm no match for you." The other people who were filled with righteous indignation were instantly silenced. The scene was silent for a moment. Many people were still unwilling to believe it. This guy looked like he was in his 20s or 30s. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't be so powerful. Jean Bingyun was also very surprised. In her heart, her honored master was invincible, but now he actually admitted that he was inferior to a young man. This made her look at Song Qinshu with a hint of fanaticism. No matter who it was, they all had respect and admiration for the truly powerful. Suddenly, she felt something and turned around. She noticed that Pang Ban was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, and immediately remembered her mission of planting the demonic seed in Taoist heart. All these years, in order to complete this mission, she had done a lot of research on this goal. She even thought that she knew him better than his lover. She was very certain that she would succeed, but now that he was right before her, she couldn't help but waver. Can I really complete this mission? Previously, she had been very resistant to this mission. She had already wanted to die. The reason why she had been studying Song Qinshu so desperately was to take revenge on Pang Ban. She wanted to see if her master, whom she loved and hated at the same time, would be sad, or jealous when she threw herself into his arms and made love to him. Noticing that his beloved disciple's eyes weren't as lifeless as they usually were, and there seemed to be a trace of vigor in them, especially when he looked at Song Qinshu, Pang Ban suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. However, he immediately noticed that his cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time seemed to be showing faint signs of loosening, and he couldn't help but be lost in thought. Could this be the meaning of Tao heart bedevilment? He quickly composed himself. Now was not the time to think about these things. His demonic eyes looked at Song Qinshu. Although your cultivation is high, you are only one person. You are destined to be alone tonight. Song Qinshu was about to answer when he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He looked to the other side of the battlefield. Hong Qigong was in the midst of his battle with the Vajra sect master when he suddenly noticed that the ground beneath his feet was blood-red, as if he was in a sea of blood. Hong Qigong was stunned for a moment before his hair stood on end. He had never felt such an inexplicable sense of danger ever since he had achieved success in martial arts. He forced the Vajra sect master back with a palm strike and tried to fly out of the sea of blood, but a monstrous wave suddenly surged in front of him and blocked his way. Hong Qigong's expression changed drastically. He took out the rarely used dog-beating stick from his waist and immediately used the ultimate move of the dog-beating stick technique. No dog under the heavens. Countless green bamboo stick shadows appeared around him, protecting him in the center while striking the blood-red wave around him. In the distance, Song Qinshu's expression was solemn. He immediately used Imminent Skyline to appear next to Hong Qigong. However, Pang Ban seemed to be prepared for this. He took a step forward and stood between him and Hong Qigong. In that split second, Hong Qigong's victory was already decided. The green bamboo stick shadows that filled the sky disappeared, and Hong Qigong fell heavily to the ground. The dog-beating stick in his hand had already been broken. Master! Guojing felt a sharp pain in his head. At that moment, he recalled many things. Seeing this, Zhou Batong rushed over to catch him. His usually frivolous face was now filled with anxiety. "Old beggar, what's wrong?" Hong Qigong spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid this is the end of this old beggar." As he said this, he looked fearfully at the figure that was gradually appearing in the distance. 5'28" tall and burly old man appeared a few feet away. His golden armor made him look especially heroic, and the two wolf fur pendants on both sides of his helmet added a sense of ferocity to his appearance. "Greetings, Great Khan." The The surrounding soldiers all knelt down to pay their respects. Yang Guo and the others quickly brought Guo Jing to Hong Qigong's side. What was the name of that move of yours? Temujin ignored the surrounding soldiers and looked at Hong Qigong. No dog under the heavens. Hong Qigong looked at the broken stick in his hand, his face full of bitterness. No dog under the heavens was the ultimate move of the dog-beating stick technique. When Ouyang Feng broke it on Mount Hua, Hong Qigong didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a practice. He had given Ouyang Feng a day and a night to break it. How could he have had the time to react during the actual battle? And even if the technique was broken, it didn't matter. The technique was dead, and the person was made of fire. A single technique was indeed easy to break, but it was a different story when the person used it. But today he had lost. He had clearly lost. Even if they fought 10 more times, he would still lose. Temujin nodded. Not bad. I've heard that the beggar clan's dog-beating stick technique is unparalleled. Today I've seen it for myself. To think that you were able to escape with your life from my hand. Even though he was praising Hong Qigong as one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains, Hong Qigong, who had dominated the martial world for so many years, couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Song Qinshu said in a low voice, "For someone of the Khan's status to suddenly launch a sneak attack, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Even though Hong Qigong wasn't a match for him in a direct confrontation, he shouldn't have lost so badly. Temujin snorted. We Mongols learn the tactics of the wolves of the steppe. We avoid the enemy's strength and attack their weaknesses, waiting for the right opportunity to strike the fatal blow. It was through this method that we were able to conquer this vast empire. The Khan is mighty, the Khan is mighty. The surrounding soldiers all cheered. Clearly, this was a popular theory among the Mongols. The Khan is mighty, the Khan is mighty. The surrounding soldiers all cheered. Clearly, this was a popular theory among the Mongols. Song Qinshu knew that there was no point in saying anything more. He stepped in front of Hong Qigong and the others and said to Yang Guo, "Take them away, I'm here." "What about you?" Even though the opponent was a love rival, Yang Guo couldn't bring himself to abandon his comrades. "Don't worry about me," Song Qinshu said. "If I don't leave now, no one will be able to leave." "I'll stay with you," Zhou Baodong said. "It's not like I haven't seen any grandmasters before. Back in the day, I sparred with my senior brother every day. I'm used to it." Song Qinshu was a bit tempted. Zhou Baodong's kung fu had indeed reached the threshold of that level. It wasn't as if Song Qinshu couldn't put up a fight. But in the end, he shook his head. It was too dangerous for Zhou Baodong to stay here. Yang Guo can't take care of all of them by himself. Do you want Hong Qigong and Guo Jing to die here? Zhou Baodong scratched his head and was in a difficult position. Old urchin, Yang Guo said, let's take Uncle Guo and Hong Qigong away first so that they won't be a burden to him. We'll come back later to help. Guo Jing's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Song, this all started because of me. You don't have to worry about me. Take my master and the others and leave. You've saved me so many times already, I don't know how to repay you. Brother Guo, don't worry about it, Song Qinshu replied. Saving you is what I should do. You leave first, I can easily escape by myself. Chapter 2388. That's not necessarily true. As Song Qinshu spoke, a sword made of genuine qi floated in front of him. You want to fight all 3 of us alone? A cold laugh came from the right behind them. A group of black crows appeared, and the figure of the Tongtian shaman slowly appeared. Seeing him appear, the morale of all the Mongolian soldiers was greatly boosted. The Tongtian shaman was the spiritual leader of the Mongolians. Now that the 3 recognized masters were all here, the enemy would not be able to escape no matter how strong they were. Ho Shibai couldn't help but wave the fan in his hand. This time, Song Qinshu is dead. For some reason, there was a hint of pity in his tone. It was unclear whether it was because of the heaven's jealousy of the talented or because of Xiao Long knew. At this time, Princess Yaluan had already moved to a safe place. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask, "Is there really no chance at all?" Ho Shibai explained, "Since they are all great grandmasters, their cultivation is about the same. Although 1 against 2 will definitely lose, there is still a chance to escape. But 1 against 3, there is no way to escape even if he wants to." After listening to his analysis, Princess Yaluan was silent. She didn't know why she would care about someone who had once threatened her. Maybe it was because he was polite to her? Maybe the cooperation was pleasant? On the other side, Jean Bingyun also frowned. She didn't know why she was so upset. The imaginary enemy she had been studying was dead just like that. Her life seemed to have lost its purpose. For a moment she even felt relaxed. Finally, she didn't have to worry about this heavy task anymore. But she immediately realized that even if Song Qinshu was dead, her task would not disappear. Because the great spell of Taoist Heart Demon Seed was still missing the last step, so she could only change her target to someone else. But if it was someone else, they would not be as good as the man in front of her. She didn't know why she thought this way. She could only attribute it to the fact that she had studied him too much and developed a subconscious connection with him. At this moment, Song Qinshu said, "I have no regrets in my life now that I have forced the Khan, the shaman leader, and the devil master to fight me together." He did not expose the Tongtian shaman's identity. He knew very well that it was impossible for the Tongtian shaman to openly help him in front of so many Mongolian generals, but if it came down to it, he did not mind exposing the Tongtian shaman's traitor behavior and taking the brunt of the thunder for him. "You don't need to provoke us with your words. We Mongolians have always adhered to the principle of using all our strength even when hunting a rabbit. We won't fight you one by one." On the other side, Pang Ban smiled wryly. Given his personality, he wouldn't do something like joining hands with others, but since the Great Khan had spoken, he wouldn't go so far as to reject him. The eyes of the Tongtian shaman flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Song Qinshu said, "But I heard that you Mongolians also have a custom, that is, to allow the enemy to die without shedding blood. Can I exchange this for another request, that is, to let them escape for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and then let others chase after them?" He had heard from Zhao Min that in the Mongolian belief, if blood was shed when one died, they would not be able to return to the embrace of everlasting heaven. Therefore, when faced with an enemy worthy of respect, they would avoid killing them with swords and instead choose to put them in a sack and let them be trampled to death by horses. Temujin looked at Guojing and the others and fell silent for a moment. Song Qinshu thought that he would refuse, but he suddenly nodded and said, "Of course, we Mongolians have always respected heroes. You risked your life to save your friend, and you are a true man. Pass on my order, let them leave first. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Li Chime and Ba Sibo will be in charge of capturing them." "Yes, Great Khan." Li Chime and Ba Siba accepted the order. Yang Guo bowed to Song Qinshu and said, "Brother Song, take care." Xiaowu and Xiaowu's eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Song, you must come back safely. This old beggar owes you a favor." Song Qinshu smiled and did not say anything. Hong Qigong cupped his hands and said, "This old beggar owes you a favor. I don't know if I will ever be able to pay you back in this lifetime. If I can't, then I'll let my disciple pay for me. But I already owe him several lives, I'm afraid I can't pay you back." Guo Jing looked conflicted. "Go away, you're not my only disciple. I'm talking about Rong Er." Hong Qigong patted him on the head. "Little Song, remember to come back alive. You haven't taught me how to make a kite that can carry people into the sky. But if you really die, don't be afraid. I'll find my elder brother to avenge you." Song Qinshu was speechless when he heard this. He thought that Zhou Buodong's brain had some problems, saying such inauspicious things. After they left, Temujin said with a smile, I suddenly remembered that your Golden Snake Battalion seems to have an alliance with us Mongolians. Wouldn't it be a pity if we became enemies now? I'm allied with the Ruyang Palace, not with the Khan, Song Qingshu replied casually. Then I'll give you another chance. As long as you pledge allegiance to me, I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll even arrange a marriage between you and Princess Xiaomin. In the future, not only can you inherit the Ruyang Palace, you can also become the king of the Central Plains. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. Actually, ever since I came to this world, I've been trying to avoid making an enemy out of you because I know you're the strongest enemy in the world. But avoiding is not a solution. I've thought about it, and I think it's time to face you. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of feigning civility and getting through this crisis first, but Temujin's words just now had ulterior motives. If he inherited the Ruyang Palace, what would happen to the Crown Prince? Wouldn't that cause internal strife between the siblings? As for the King of the Song, that was even more ridiculous. The Mongols had yet to extend their reach to Jiangnan. If he were to accept the title of King of the Song, it would be a complete break with the Song court. When that happened, the Central Plains countries and the Golden Snake Battalion would engage in a fierce battle, allowing the Mongols to reap the benefits. Of course, Song Qingshu wouldn't fall for a mere empty promise. If that's the case, then I can't let you live. As soon as Temujin's voice faded, a wave of blood surged from behind him, wrapping around his opponent. Song Qingshu was so young, yet his level of cultivation was already so terrifying. If he was given a few more days, what would happen to him? Moreover, he was a powerful force and had a close relationship with the Song court. He was destined to be a potential enemy on the road to the south. But under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to kill a grandmaster. Today was a rare opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't let it go. Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. The roaring wave of blood before him was like a huge tsunami, and he could vaguely see white bones wailing in pain within each wave. The wave had not yet arrived, but the murderous aura that seemed to have a substance had already blotted out the sky and covered the earth. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would probably have their minds destroyed in an instant. Who knew how many people he would have to kill to master this sea of blood and bones? Chapter 2389. On the other side, Ba Siba and Li Qimei had already started to catch Guojing and the others. Because they had been running for a while, they discussed and decided to split into 4 groups to search in different directions. Ba Siba and his disciple Yang Lianjun were in charge of one group of Tibetan Buddhism experts. Li Qimei was in charge of one group of experts from the Devil's Palace. Na Chen was in charge of one group of experts and soldiers from the Hongji La tribe. Jinluan Fuang was in charge of the other group of people from the 4th Prince's mansion. Perhaps it was because enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. In the end, it just so happened that Jinluan Fuang caught up with them. Guojing was restrained and tortured, Hong Qigong was seriously injured, and Dao was shot in the leg. It was inevitable that they would not be able to run far. It was normal for them to be caught up. Seeing this, Jinluan Fuang laughed out loud. Guojing, Yanggua, you won't be able to leave today. For the sake of our former acquaintance, as long as you are willing to surrender, I can help you plead with the Great Khan. Everyone will work together for the Great Khan. Zhou Batong spat, you want to be a lackey but we don't. Jinluan Fuang was furious. Yanggua said, thank you for taking care of us these days, but we have different goals. Please forgive us. Jinluan Fuang's expression softened a little. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. After the buffer just now, he understood that Yanggua's palm technique was too strange. It wasn't that Yanggua was much more powerful than him. He had also thought of a way to deal with Yanggua, so he wasn't afraid of fighting him again. What's the point of talking so much? Just attack and be done with it. The master of the Jin gang leaped out. He had just joined Kublai and was eager to make a contribution. He had always been unhappy with Jinluan Fuang, so he wanted to take the opportunity to mock him. He had the diamond body and was invincible in defense, so he wasn't afraid of being surrounded. With him leading the way, the others also rushed out. Yang Guo and Zhou Batong quickly went up to stop them. Xiaowu carried Guo Jing on his back, while Dao helped Hong Qigong. The Vajra faction master was at the forefront, and he was also the first to be slapped back by the dark steel heavy sword. Yang Guo had just witnessed the battle between the Vajra faction master and Hong Qigong, so he knew how powerful the Vajra indestructible divine art was. Therefore, he didn't intend to injure the Vajra faction master. Instead, he used a gentle force to force the Vajra faction master to retreat. The guardian deity sect master fell to the ground and angrily clambered to his feet. Just as he was about to rush forward again, a pair of hands pulled him back. He subconsciously wanted to slap him, but he stopped when he saw that it was Taoist Bai Shun. "Why are you stopping me?" Taoist Bai Sang said faintly, "Why are you so desperate? Of course we have to seize this great opportunity to make a contribution." The Titanium Sect Master was taken aback. "Is there a bump on your head?" Taoist Bai Sang said angrily. "It's fine if you didn't know before, but now that you know that Song Qinshu is here, you risked your life to save them and even made things difficult for them. Song might be powerful, but he's surrounded by the Khan and the others. What's there to be afraid of?" The Guardian Metal Sect Master had been traumatized by Song Qinshu's beating earlier, so he could not help but rejoice at the thought that he was going to die tonight. "Rejoice my ass." Taoist Bai Sang pulled the Guardian Metal Sect Master to his lips and said in a low voice, "Did you forget the restriction he placed on us?" The Guardian Metal Sect Master let out an before he remembered. Taoist Bai Sang continued, "He glanced at me before he left just now, and I'm still trembling with fear when I think about it. He must have been warning us." The Guardian Metal Sect Master panicked. "What do we do if he dies?" Taoist Bai Sang said in a low voice, "Now that things have come to this, we can only pray that he's safe and sound. Why don't we go back and save him?" The Guardian Metal Sect Master suggested. Taoist Bai Sang looked at him, as if he was looking at an idiot, wondering if this guy had cultivated the indestructible Vajra divine art into his brain. "Are you crazy? Are you going to die in a battle between great grandmasters? Besides, we're in Mongolia now and there are so many experts and soldiers here. How long can your indestructible Vajra divine art last?" The Guardian Metal Sect Master gulped. "But are we just going to let him die with us?" Taoist Bai Sang said, "Don't worry, we've fought him so many times. That guy won't die so easily." The Guardian Metal Sect Master thought about it and finally relaxed a little. At this time, Jinluan Fuang's angry roar reached his ears. "What are you two doing?" Without the two of them, Jinluan Fuang, Xiaoxiangzi, and the others wouldn't be a match for Yang Guo and Zhou Batong at all. "You're the state preceptor, aren't we afraid to take credit from you?" Taoist Bai Sang laughed sinisterly. The Guardian Metal Sect Master's mind worked quickly this time. "I was hit by his dark steel heavy sword just now and suffered some serious internal injuries. Taoist Bai Sang is helping me heal." Jinluan Fuang almost spat out blood. "As long as your indestructible Vajra body isn't broken, you won't suffer any internal injuries." However, the other party was lying through his teeth, so there was nothing he could do. He wanted to go up himself, but Zhou Batong and Yang Guo's martial arts were very high. Even though he had the advantage, they were like cornered beasts fighting, so he had to be on his guard. If he wasn't careful and ended up dying with them, it would be a huge loss. So he stopped in his tracks and ordered the rest of the experts in the palace to charge up. "You guys go up first, let me rest for a while." Those people were eager to contribute, but they couldn't do anything when these experts were fighting. When they heard the order, they all charged up while howling. Even though Jinluan Fuang and the others had retreated, Yang Guo and the others didn't feel relaxed at all. More and more Mongolian soldiers gathered around them, and dozens of long spears surrounded them. Wherever Zhou Buodong's palms went, Yang Guo swung his heavy sword. The enemy's spears were broken, and if they weren't dead, they were injured. But the Mongolian soldiers fought fiercely, and with their numbers, they didn't retreat at all. This was why the Central Plains had so many experts, but they were powerless against an army. On the battlefield, the most important thing was to use the least amount of energy to kill and injure the enemy. That's why martial arts like the Yang family's spear were very crude in Jianghu, but they could shine on the battlefield. Like Zhou Baotong and Yang Guo, with one palm, the enemy's weapons were broken, and the person died, but a lot of their internal energy was wasted. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. No matter how high their internal energy was, the Mongolian soldiers kept coming, and their internal energy would eventually run out. Also, there were weapons coming at them from all directions, and they couldn't use their dodging skills. Yang Guo also understood that this couldn't go on, so he stuck his heavy sword into the ground and quickly said, "Zhou Baotong, protect me." Though Zhou Baotong didn't understand what he wanted to do, he still protected Yang Guo from being pierced by the long spears. Yang Guo took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth and sent out his internal energy in the form of sound waves. The Mongolian soldiers all covered their ears in pain, and many of them had their bones ruptured and blood flowed out. Only a few of the experts on the battlefield were able to avoid this kind of damage. This kind of area of effect attack had an immediate effect, and the previously aggressive Mongolian soldiers all fell to the ground. Seeing Jinluan Fuang and the others rush over, Yang Guo quickly called Zhou Baotong and left. They quickly caught up with Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu. Zhou Baotong quickly went over and picked up Guo Jing and Hong Qigong, one in each hand, and his speed instantly increased. But it was a pity that they didn't have to be happy for long. A group of people charged out from the side, and Na Chen, who was in the lead, laughed loudly. "I didn't think that you would fall into my hands, Charge." Chapter 2390. Na Chen's body stiffened, but the strength of the opponent's sword destroyed the life in his body. He didn't even have time to scream before he died. The horse carried him forward, and after a while, he fell heavily to the ground. The soldiers of the Hongjila tribe were dumbfounded. They thought that he had accidentally fallen off the horse, and quickly went to help him up. Only then did they realize that he was dead, and they were all shocked. "These Song pigs killed the chief, let's avenge him," someone shouted, and all the soldiers in the field rushed towards Yang Guo and the others with red eyes. After Na Chen died, the clan elected Na Chen to be the next chief, but now Na Chen was also dead. The death of two chiefs was something that no one in the Hongjila tribe could accept. Moreover, they were in charge of the chief's safety, so they couldn't escape responsibility for Na Chen's death. Naturally, they could only try their best to kill the murderer, and only then would they be able to absolve themselves of blame. Yang Guo and Zhou Baotong were also confused, but the death of the enemy's general was a good thing, so they gathered their energy to fight the enemy. But there were too many Mongolian soldiers, and they killed wave after wave. Spears and spears came from all directions, and some even rolled on the ground and hit their legs. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were the best of the five masters, they would have been decapitated by now. But even so, the two of them had many wounds on their bodies. Zhou Baotong was protecting Yang Guo, so his injuries were more serious. He was hit by 3 arrows on his back, and most of his hair and beard were burned. Yang Guo was hit by a spear in his waist, and even though he didn't get hit in his vitals, he was still injured. Yang Guo didn't put the black iron sword on his back, and instead picked up a knife as a weapon. The power of the black iron sword was great, but it consumed a lot of internal energy. Now that there were so many enemies that he couldn't kill, he didn't want to waste any energy. Zhou Baotong also didn't use his fist technique, but picked up 2 knives, and used the mutual left and right kung fu to wield the 2 knives. The power was great, and it was like he was cutting chive. Because of this, there were more weapons on his body, and he was covered in wounds. He laughed and said, Yang Guo, it looks like we're going to lose our lives here today. You've always been smart, think of a way to save them. Yang Guo was secretly alarmed. The old urchin has always been fearless and has never said a word of discouragement. Now that we're surrounded, he wants to throw his life away. It looks like the situation isn't looking good. He saw that there were enemies all around him. Other than risking his life to fight, he couldn't think of anything else. His momentary absent-mindedness allowed several long spears around him to stab at him. Just as he was about to be pierced with holes all over his body, a figure wearing an apricot-yellow Taoist robe suddenly appeared. She waved her hand and countless needles shot out. The Mongolian soldiers screamed and fell to the ground. The people at the back were about to rush forward, but she waved her hand again, and another wave of needles shot out. The remaining soldiers saw that those who were touched by the needles died immediately, and they all stopped in their tracks subconsciously. Martial uncle? Yang Guo couldn't help but be surprised when he saw who it was. Limacho didn't have time to talk to him, and called out to the other two, "Let's go." Yang Guo and Zhou Batong hurried to carry Guojing and Hong Qigong, and left. Limacho hesitated for a moment, and then picked up Xiao Wu and ran. Xiao Wu scolded, "Put us down, we'd rather die than be saved by a demoness like you." Limacho's eyes flashed, and she was about to throw them down when Yang Guo stopped her. "This is the first time I've felt that martial uncles, soul-freezing silver needles, are so cute." At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to the two brothers. Now that it was a matter of Guojing and Hong Qigong's lives, the two brothers could only angrily shut their mouths. Limacho snorted coldly, feeling that he was calling her martial uncle, which made her sound old. "Yu Bookroom, why are you here?" Yang Guo asked curiously. He didn't expect to see her here. "I came here to relieve my boredom and accidentally found out that you were in danger, so I came to save you." Limacho thought that she couldn't tell him that she was asked by Song Qingshu's lover to look after him. Yang Guo was skeptical, and felt that this reason was too ridiculous. Zhou Batong hurriedly said, "Girl, hurry up and shoot more soul-freezing silver needles, those people are catching up again." Limacho snapped, "I don't have so many, I've already used them up when I saved you. I'm not my shimmy, she can control the jade bees, and they are inexhaustible." Xiaolong knew? Zhou Batong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly searched his body, but soon he was crying again. "I don't know where my honey went, or else I could attract some jade bees to sting these Mongolians." Hong Qigong panted, "Even if you have your honey, it's useless, the Gobi Desert is cold, there are no jade bees." Zhou Batong anxiously cried out, "Then what should we do?" Guojing was deeply apologetic. "It's all because of me, not only did I harm Shifu, but I also harmed you. Leave me here, don't worry about me, I have some history with Temujin, he won't kill me for a while." Hong Qigong laughed. "Jing you don't have to worry about it, I've lived long enough. To be able to fight a grandmaster once, it's not a waste of my life." Zhou Batong waved his hand. "Don't be so wishy-washy, we can't let you suffer in the hands of the Mongolians." Yang Guo and the others all agreed, but Limacho sneered. "Suffer what? You've been spending every day with someone else's daughter, living a happy life." Everyone's faces turned strange, and Guojing blushed. "I don't know what happened, I don't remember anything, I'm sorry." Hong Qigong coughed and interrupted him. "Now is not the time to talk about this, the most important thing now is to find a way to get out of here." Limacho looked back and saw the pursuers 10 meters behind them. There seemed to be people coming from other directions as well, but she really couldn't think of a way to save them. She couldn't help but make up her mind. If things don't work out, I'll leave on my own, I don't have much of a relationship with these people anyway. The only pity was Yang Guo, after all, they were from the same sect. "I don't know how Song is doing now, but I helped him save these people today, he has to repay me." Just then, the walls on both sides suddenly collapsed, and a large number of stones blocked the way, blocking the Mongolian soldiers' way. Just as everyone was wondering what had happened, a person in black waved at them from the broken wall. "Come with me, quick." "It's a woman?" Limacho laughed coldly in her heart. "Song still has a lot of women here. I'll go back and tell Ren Inying about this." But then she suddenly froze. "What does this have to do with me? Why am I angry?" Now that the pursuers were in a hurry, Yang Guo and the others didn't have time to ask, and subconsciously followed behind the woman. They could see that the woman's lightness skills were very good, as she led them through many twists and turns, and finally into a house. Then, she opened a secret door in a hidden place, indicating for them to enter. Chapter 2391. The woman replied, "Let's wait until we're at a safe place to talk." Seeing that the others were all confused, the woman laughed. "Are you afraid that I'll set you up? Then I'll go in first." She then entered the secret door. Yang Guo thought that in this situation, there was no need for the Mongolians to spend so much effort to set them up. Moreover, the pursuers were hot on their heels, so he followed her in. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. If the other party showed any signs of abnormality, he would attack. Zhou Batong and the others followed closely behind. Limacho hesitated for a moment, but also followed. After the mysterious woman closed the secret door, she found some rocks and placed them behind the door, completely sealing the entrance. Yang Guo and the others hurried forward. "What are you doing?" At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The other party was a woman, but she seemed to be able to move the rocks as if they were nothing. This kind of skill was definitely that of a top-notch expert. Yang Guo and the others were all injured and exhausted. If they really fought, they might not have the upper hand. The mysterious woman replied, "Of course I'm going to block this place, so that we won't be discovered by the pursuers. I don't want to get into trouble because of saving you. Come with me." She then continued to lead the way in front. Everyone's face was full of doubt, but they could only secretly follow behind her. The group of people went through many twists and turns, and finally climbed out of a well. When they came out, they found themselves in a large house. There was another woman beside the well. She looked younger than the person who led them. Although her face was also covered, her figure was graceful and alluring. Her eyebrows were also breathtaking. It could be seen that under the veil was a great beauty. Limacho secretly sneered. She was really worried for Ren Inying and the others. Wherever that guy surnamed Song went, there were so many beauties around him. He really was a pervert. Although she didn't know the other person's identity, she instinctively thought that it had something to do with Song Qinshu. "Master," a younger woman came over to support her and helped pull everyone out of the well. The mysterious older woman asked, "Have you arranged everything here?" "The rooms and the like are all arranged." The younger woman hesitated for a moment, then pulled her aside and said in a low voice, "Master, why did you save them? It's too risky. I have my own plans. Just don't let anyone else in the church know about it." She then walked over to Yang Guo and the others and said, "Rest here for the next 2 days. Once the storm dies down, I'll arrange for you to sneak into a caravan and leave Helen City." As he spoke, he led everyone to the front of a row of houses. At the same time, he instructed, "I will send you daily necessities. Don't go out unless you have something to do, lest you get exposed." "Why did you save us?" Yang Guo hurriedly asked. He had always been intelligent, so it was inevitable that he would think more than the others. The woman smiled and said, "Your lives were hanging by a thread just now. Isn't it good that someone saved you?" Hong Qigong also laughed and said, "We do not know each other. It is really hard to imagine that someone would take such a big risk to save us. Please tell us your purpose, otherwise we will inevitably worry that you have other intentions. People like us have an indomitable spirit and are not afraid of death. Instead, we are afraid of falling into other people's traps and living a life worse than death. The young woman was a little displeased. What do you mean by this? Master took such a big risk to save you, and now you are blaming her? The mysterious older woman stopped her. They are worried for a reason. If I was saved by someone for no reason, I would also suspect them. I covered my face before mainly because I didn't want to be seen by some of the pursuers. As she spoke, she took off her veil, revealing a face that, despite the traces of age, was still quite beautiful. Fu Yaohong from the sect of Destiny? Yang Guo immediately recognized her. He had been in Kublai's recruitment center for the past few days and knew many of the masters in Helen City. Fu Yaohong nodded slightly and came to Guojing's side with a complicated expression on her face. The seal on him was placed by the Khan and Li Qimei together. Li Qimei and I are both from the Holy Clan, so I can unseal his pressure point, but I can't do anything about the Khan's either. However, after a period of rest, it should be automatically unsealed. Everyone present was a master and naturally understood that even if the seal was not unsealed, it would automatically recover after a few hours. However, Temujin and the others were too powerful, so it would take longer for the seal to be unsealed. Hong Qigong looked around and couldn't help but say, "We have never been friends with the sect of Destiny. Last time, at that Brother Ali's residence, I even fought with Bloody Han Li Gong from your sect. Speaking of which, it's more like we have a grudge." Hearing this, Yang Guo and Li Macho were secretly on guard. Only Zhou Batong was careless and kept stroking his burnt eyebrow. Fu Yaohong shook her head. "You are wrong, Master Hong. Li Gong and I are fellow disciples, but we are not from the sect of Destiny. We are from the Enweed faction. Strictly speaking, the sect of Destiny is a branch of the Enweed faction, but it has long since become independent. Now, my disciple is in charge of it." The young woman beside her took off her veil. Both Dao and Xiaowu instantly blushed when they saw this. Even Yang Guo glanced at her a few more times. Li Macho, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. What a powerful fox! Even though she behaved like a saintess, as a fellow woman, she could still keenly sense the nature of things. Fu Yaohong continued, "I saved you this time without telling the other people in the sect, so you don't have to worry." Zhou Batong grinned and moved closer to her. He circled her a few times. "Why did you save us without telling the others? Could it be that you have fallen for Yang Guo? Or perhaps you have fallen for Guojing? It can't be me and the old beggar, these two old men, right?" As for Dao and Xiaowu, he automatically ignored them. Guojing's square face flushed red. "Old urchin, don't talk nonsense." Yang Guo was a little doubtful. Over the years, there were quite a number of young women who would show great affection for him the moment they saw him, but the one in front of him, Fu Yaohong's face also turned slightly red. It was unknown whether she was shy or angry. "I've heard that the old urchin's way of doing things, Wuji. Now that I've seen it for myself, I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't save you, but to save him." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Guojing's mind was a little confused. "Save me." On the other side, Song Qingshu looked at the monstrous wave of blood surging towards him and directly slashed down with his sword. At first, the shape of the sword at his fingers was similar to an ordinary sword, but as his arm slashed down, the sword seemed to grow with the wind and finally turned into a long sword that was nearly 40 meters long. With one slash, the surging wave of blood was cut in half. After the wave of blood was cut in half, it did not disappear. Instead, it moved quickly on the ground and rolled towards his feet from the left and right. Song Qingshu directly leaped into the air. At the same time, countless black crows swept over. It was obvious that the Tongtian shaman had also made a move. "Is this guy forcing me to reveal his identity?" Song Qingshu's face turned cold. The sword chi around his body quickly swam, and quickly killed the black crows that pounced over. He was stunned. The other party's attack looked powerful, but it was only for show. It did not contain much inner strength. He reacted quickly and immediately pretended to fall to the other side after fighting with the other party. Chapter 2392. Seeing Song Qinshu fall, Pang Ban also made a move. It was just a simple punch, but it was more powerful than any divine weapon. His punch seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, as if there was the power of a mountain behind it. Song Qinshu could also feel a wave of psychic power, and he knew that this was a special feature of the demonized heart technique. It was good at attacking the opponent on the psychic level. If anyone else encountered it, they would be affected by Pang Ban's strange psychic power, and they would be defeated before the fight even started. Unfortunately, Song Qinshu was also good at psychic power, and to a certain extent, he was immune to one of the opponent's biggest advantages. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight at all. As the fist and palm collided, Song Qinshu's body shook. After all, he had fought against two grandmasters, and Pang Ban had seized the perfect opportunity to force him back with one punch. However, Song Qinshu's own blood was boiling, and he could not help but look at the young man with a serious expression, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The opponent was so young, and yet he had such a level of cultivation. It was simply amazing. If I use this kind of person as a cauldron for the demonized heart, wouldn't I become the world's #1? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly burned with passion. As Song Qinshu was forced back to his original position, Temujin's monstrous blood sea came back. A Mongolian soldier next to him did not dodge in time and was caught by the edge of the blood sea. With a scream, he instantly turned into a pile of bones. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he vaguely saw a ghost face with a twisted and painful expression in the blood sea, which quickly disappeared with the other bones. Even Pang Ban and the Tongtian shaman did not get too close when Temujin attacked. Obviously they were also afraid of this blood sea. Song Qinshu snorted coldly. "You think you're the only one with a blood sea?" As he said this, he opened his hands, and the sword aura that had been revolving around him turned into countless rays. From afar, it looked as if he was in a ball of light. Then, he raised his hands, and suddenly a turbulent sea surged behind him. Different from Temujin's blood sea, his sea was as white as snow. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and the Tongtian shaman and Pang Ban were also shocked. However, their eyesight was even better, and they quickly noticed that it wasn't some snow-white wave, but countless strands of sword chi. Each sword chi was erratic, and they were too close to each other. When they came together, they looked like the waves of the sea. Song Qinshu waved his hands, and the wave of sword energy behind him surged towards Temujin's blood sea. The bloody sea and the snow-white waves collided fiercely. The white ghost faces in the bloody sea were nailed to death by the sword chi, but countless sword chi were also melted by the bloody sea. Everyone around seemed to have heard the sound of the tsunami, but then all the sounds disappeared, as if everything was quiet. Then, the substance that was mixed with the sea of blood and sword chi spread out in all directions. The Mongolian soldiers in the distance were so frightened that they turned around and fled. They were clearly very far away, but the speed at which the substance splashed out was too fast. It almost reached them in the blink of an eye, and anyone who touched it would die. Suddenly, a few mournful cries rang out in the air. Like the cries of jackdaws, black crows blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew over. They crashed into the sea of blood and sword chi that were splashing everywhere. Almost single-handedly, they blocked the aftershocks of the battle between the two of them. All hail the sect master! Many people knelt down to express their sincerest gratitude to the sorcerer shaman. Shamanism had a high status in the hearts of the Mongolians, and now the sorcerer shaman had saved their lives. The sorcerer shaman did not look at these people. These people were just tools to buy people's hearts. What he cared about the most was the person in the middle of the battlefield. I've already given you the chance. It's just a matter of whether you can run away or not. Now that he was in front of Temujin and the others, it was difficult for him to go easy. Just as he was having a headache, he seized this opportunity. After all, he had saved the lives of so many soldiers, and Temujin would not be able to blame him for not doing his best. Song Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he had no time to care about anything else. He quickly ran towards the empty space that the sorcerer shaman had just revealed. Yu Pangban's body moved, and it seemed as if he had taken a step in front of him. His opponent and Temujin were both injured, and now was the best time to kill him. But when he thought of the great magic of Tao and Heart, he could not help but hesitate. But his face immediately changed, because he sensed that his opponent's sword was extremely sharp, even stronger than when he was at his peak. Pangban had no time to think. The current situation was no longer a question of whether or not he would hold back, but whether or not he would be able to keep his life. In a hurry, he threw out a punch without holding anything back. The two separated as soon as they collided. Song Qingshu's figure disappeared at the end of the street, and Pangban quickly retreated a few dozen feet before he could stand still. He was still elegant, and his whole person exuded a strange charm. Only Jin Bingyun, who was beside him, could see clearly that blood was flowing from his fist in his sleeve. Jin Bingyun could not help but be shocked. It must be known that Pangban's fist was comparable to metal and stone. Even against the famous heavenly sword and dragon saber of the Central Plains, his fist would not be damaged in the slightest. After so many years, Pangban could kill people with a flick of his fingers, and there were very few people who were worthy of him using his fist. But now, his fist had suffered such a serious injury? For a moment, Jin Bingyun could not help but be in a daze. Was that man's kung fu really this high? Under the joint attack of 3 grandmasters, he had seriously injured 2 grandmasters, and still managed to escape? At this time, Temujin, who had been standing still all this time, finally opened his mouth. Pass down my order, conduct a city-wide search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must capture Song Qingshu. The Tongtian shaman's eyes moved slightly. He was keenly aware of the hidden tremor in Temujin's voice. Obviously, he was trying his best to suppress his injury. Should he take this opportunity? But looking at Pangban in the distance, and then at the countless Mongolian warriors around, he temporarily dismissed the idea. After giving the order, Temujin suppressed his trembling body and returned to the main tent under the escort of Naya. His orders had always been strictly obeyed, but this time, after he gave the order, everyone, whether it was the ordinary soldiers or the experts that were trained in various places, all looked at each other in dismay and did not move. He is a grandmaster. If you can't even stop him, then aren't we just going to die? As if he had seen through everyone's doubts, Pangban opened his mouth. Just now, he used a secret technique similar to the great art of sky demon disintegration from the Holy Gate. He overdrew his life force and blood essence for a short period of time. After that, he will become very weak, and even ordinary soldiers can kill him. In front of so many people, he had fought against the heavily injured Song Qingshu in his perfect condition. Even if Pangban was calm and composed, he still had to explain the reason behind it to save some face. Hearing this, the Mongolian soldiers were excited. They roared and ran in the direction that Song Qingshu had just left, as if they could see wealth and glory waving at them. Watching the crowd leave, Pangban said to his disciple, "Bingyun, you go too." Jin Bingyun nodded. "Okay, I will definitely kill him to avenge Master." Pangban shook his head. "No, you have to save him." Chapter 2393. On the other side, Guojing was stunned. "Save me!" Li Macho sneered. Everyone praised Guojing as a hero and a rare gentleman, but now it seemed that all men in the world were the same bastards. Dao and Xiaowu looked at each other. They were brothers, so they understood each other immediately. This time, Master first slept with Princess Huajing, and then with this woman. It's over. How can we explain it to master's wife when we go back? Even Hong Qigong was confused. He frowned and thought, we haven't seen each other for so many years. How did Jing become so alas, Zhou Batong felt a chill down his spine. He waved his hand and ran to the corner. What's so fun about women? The old urchin hates romantic things the most. Yang Gua said in a deep voice, Senior, please tell me. At this time, only he trusted Uncle Gua's character the most. Don't call me senior, you're calling me old. Fu Yaohong let out a series of bell-like laughter. If such laughter was made by a young girl, it would naturally be pleasant, but it was made by a woman over 50 years old, which was extremely strange. Even if she took good care of herself, the traces of age could still be seen. But seeing that you're so handsome, I won't blame you. Fu Yaohong looked Yang Guo up and down as she clicked her tongue in admiration. If I were 10 years older and saw such a handsome brother like you, I would have taken you into my harem no matter what and pampered you. Her words made everyone blush. Hong Qigong was so angry that he turned his head away. Guo Jing and Yang Guo were also annoyed, but thinking that the other party had saved their lives, they couldn't lose their temper for a while. Only Xiaowu and Xiaowu were a little self-pitying. They had been used to the existence of green leaves around Yang Guo. No, not even green leaves. Yang Guo directly ignored them and treated them as air. Now even this old woman looked down on them. Anyway, we are also young and strong and good-looking. After giggling for a while, Fu Yaohong seemed to enjoy the feeling of teasing a group of men. Well, I won't tease you, but why did I save you? The reason can only be told to him alone. Guo Jing was stunned. Before he had time to answer, Hong Qigong refused for him. No, why can't you say it face to face? Now that Guo Jing had restrictions on his body and his injuries were not light, he did not have the ability to protect himself if he was alone with the other party. Guo Jing also nodded. These people are all people that I can trust. They risked their lives to save me. There's nothing worth hiding from them. Fine. Fu Yaohong hesitated for a moment before saying, Were you born in Ox Village? Is your family the only one with the surname Guo in Ox Village? Not bad. Guo Jing thought back to his mother and his hometown. The reason why Ox Village was named this way was because most of the locals had the surname Niu. They were the only family with the surname Guo. Yang Guo also pricked up his ears. After all, his parents were also from Ox Village. That's right. Child, do you know about your past? Fu Yaohong sighed faintly. Her face no longer had that flirtatious look from before. Past. Guo Jing was confused, not understanding what she meant. My father is Guo Xiaotian. Fu Yaohong said, You should know that your grandfather is Guo Sheng, a hero of Liangshan, right? Guo Jing nodded. He had heard his mother mention it before. Tian He Fu Yaohong asked, Then do you know why Guo Sheng participated in the Liangshan Po uprising and fought against the Song court? I don't know. As a descendant, Guo Jing naturally would not easily comment on the actions of his predecessors. Fu Yaohong sighed deeply and said in a very sad tone, That year, Zhao Kuangyin rebelled in Chenqié and took over the Zhou dynasty. Among the few remaining sons of Emperor Xiaowen, the surname Guo was changed to Chai by the Song court. The fourth prince, Chai Zongxuan, was forced to abdicate and become King Zheng. His line of descendants endured humiliation in the Song court. The last heir was Chai Jin, who later joined Liangshan Po. Rumor has it that he has a daughter, but I don't know if it's true or not. The sixth prince, Chai Shijin, was adopted by Pan Mei and later changed his name to Pan Lang. The seventh prince, Chai Shihue, was adopted by Lu Yen and later changed his name to Lu Duoxuan. He and Pan Lang later wanted to stir up a fight between Zhao Tingmei and Zhao Guangyi for the throne, but they failed. Pan Lang fled to Jianghu, and I heard that he later founded Xiaoyao sect, while Lu Duoxuan was banished to Cliff Mountain. The most mysterious one is the fifth prince, Chai Shirong. Zhao Kuangyin never found him after he seized the throne, because Empress Fu's people escorted him away. Later, he settled down in Ox Village, which is near Linen City. His line of descendants is the only one who still has the surname Guo. When they heard this, everyone looked at Guojing in shock. Guojing himself was shocked as well. Are you saying that I'm the fifth prince's descendant? Of course. Fu Yaohong was a little excited. Because the one who escorted you to Ox Village was a member of the Fu family. At that time, due to the persecution of the Song court, the fifth prince could only hide his name in Ox Village. The Fu family joined Enweed faction, a holy order that was not tolerated by the righteous path at that time. They were waiting for a chance to overthrow the Song court. Unfortunately, not long after, the holy order also suffered a great disaster, and we had to retreat to Desert North. When he heard all this, Guojing was shocked. He instinctively did not want to believe it, but he could not explain why his ancestor Guo Sheng wanted to rebel. What Fu Yaohong said matched what his mother had told him in the past, and he knew that it was most likely true. Fu Yaohong suddenly laughed coldly and said, "But I didn't expect that in the end, you would become the Song court's lackey and protect the country for your enemy. This is a great irony." The reason why she did not refuse to let so many people listen to the conversation was because she wanted to intentionally reveal Guojing's identity so that the Song court would no longer tolerate him. Guojing's mind was blank. The impact he had suffered was too great and he could no longer think. Hong Qigong coughed and ignored the injuries in his body. "This is a grudge from 100 years ago. Everything has disappeared. Why do you have to force it on people now? What's the difference between you and Gusu's Morong clan, who only wants to restore the Yen dynasty?" Fu Yaohong said angrily, "That's easy for you to say. Over the past 100 years, the fourth prince's family, the sixth prince's family, and the seventh prince's family have never given up on trying to take revenge. We've put in a lot of effort and blood. Even we, the Fu family, have fought against the Song court for 100 years. Do you really think that you can erase all of this with just one sentence?" Hong Qigong fell silent. He knew that what Fu Yaohong said made sense. The enmity between a country and a family had lasted for 100 years. It was not easy to forget. When he thought about his own life, he could not help but feel that he was in the same boat as Guojing. Sometimes fate played tricks on people. Treat your injuries first. We can talk about the rest later. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Dan Yuru hurriedly stepped forward to ease the tension. Fu Yaohong nodded her head and tossed some bottles to Yang Guo and the others. "These are our holy gates healing medicines. We have them for both external and internal applications. Your injuries aren't light. Quickly stop the bleeding and bandage your wounds. I don't want to save a bunch of dead people." Yang Guo sighed. "Our injuries are nothing. I wonder how Song Qinshu is doing now." Dan Yuru's expression changed. What happened to Song Qinshu? Chapter 2394. Dan Yuru shook her head. "That person is so capable, he won't die." Li Macho looked on coldly, thinking that Lady Ren must be blind to worry about such a man, but he ended up fooling around outside. And that idiot Shimmy, how did she fall for him? How can someone like him be trusted for the rest of her life? It must be because she's been keeping bees in the tomb all day that her brain isn't working well. She can't resist the sweet words of a handsome man. But then she remembered that she was also tricked by Lu Wenshu and her eyes weren't that good either. Her face darkened. Fu Yaohong said, "Song Qinshu is capable to become a grandmaster at such a young age, but the Khan, Tongtian shaman, and the evil master, which one of them isn't talented and powerful? 3 against 1, and there are so many masters and soldiers around, how can Song Qinshu have the luck?" Dan Yuru was silent, obviously unable to refute her judgment. After a long time she said, "I can't be at ease if I don't see it with my own eyes. Don't worry, I'm just going to investigate and will only help when the situation is right. I'm not stupid, I won't do something that will kill me. Fu Yaohong knew that her disciple had always been smart, otherwise she wouldn't be better at seduction than her, so she didn't stop her. Li Macho suddenly said, I'll go too. She thought that although that man was despicable, she was asked by Lady Ren to help, and he also had that kind of relationship with Shimmy. She found many reasons to convince herself that she didn't want to save that lecherous guy. Yang Guo also stood up, I'll go with you. Thinking that Song Qinshu risked his life to cover their retreat, he couldn't sit here with a clear conscience. Dan Yuru looked at him and shook her head. Master Yang, you should rest here. You're heavily injured and your internal energy has been depleted. You won't be of much help even if you go. It's better to rest here and help as soon as you recover. Yang Guo had many arrow and spear wounds on his body, and he had used up a lot of internal energy on the way here, so he was at the end of his rope. Hong Qigong also opened his mouth and said, That's right, Yang Guo, you should focus on recovering from your injuries first. Furthermore, I can't fight right now, and your Uncle Guo still needs you to look after him. The meaning behind his words was clear. They were now in the tiger's den. Even though Fu Yaohong had clearly stated her intentions, they were still part of the devil cult. Who knew if they would try anything funny? Now that he had been seriously injured by Temujin, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would never be able to return to his peak. Of course, he would not be able to protect Guojing. Zhou Batong had even more injuries on his body. Even his eyebrows and beard had been burnt off. It was unknown how much combat power he had left. With Yang Guo here, with the two of them together, perhaps the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. But if he left, it was hard to say what would happen. Yang Guo was a smart man and immediately understood his worries. He thought that if something were to happen to Guojing, Hong Qigong and the others, then wouldn't the efforts of Song Qinshu and the others be in vain? So he nodded and stayed. Dan Yuru and Li Macho silently disappeared into the night. At this time, in the Guiyu Palace, Hai Wanli was lying on her side on her husband's high and mighty throne. Her graceful and beautiful figure could be seen at a glance. Anyone who saw her would have an irresistible urge to press her under their bodies and ravage her. But now, her subordinates didn't dare to look up at her. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Song Qinshu is so young, yet he has such great ability. I am quite interested in this man. Hai Wanli played with the ends of her hair, her eyes shining. At this time, a faint snort came from behind her. Clearly, the other party was not happy with her reaction. Hai Wanli smiled and no longer mentioned Song Qinshu. Instead, she asked her subordinates, Has Yaluan's side been arranged? One of them replied, Princess, everything has been arranged. The spy we planted in her palace a few years ago will be activated today. He has drugged her food and water. Will that drug really work? Hai Wanli asked curiously. The subordinate replied, Don't worry, it's a secret drug from the western region. It can even turn a virgin into a slut, let alone a woman like Yaluan who has been suffering from drought for a long time. Suffering from drought for a long time? Hai Wanli's expression was a little playful. Yu died 2 years earlier than Mengu. Doesn't that mean I've been suffering from drought for a long time? The subordinate immediately knelt down, cold sweat dripping down his face. That's not what I meant. Hai Wanli waved his hand. Forget it, as long as we do a good job this time, nothing else matters. Oh right, how are the preparations on Kubilai's side? The subordinate hurriedly replied. He will send someone to lead him to Yaluan's palace. When the time comes, dry wood will meet fire and it will burn. Hai Wanli smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, Kubilai has always been interested in this sister-in-law. Now that she has come to his door, how can he not make a move? But just in case, make some preparations. When the time comes, tell the person in the palace to put something in his wine. Yes. The subordinate cursed silently. His mistress was indeed vicious. Hai Wanli waved her hand, gesturing for them to leave. At this moment, a person appeared from the inner hall behind her. It was the shadow assassin, Yang Xuyan. Seeing his ugly expression, Hai Wanli smiled. What, are you jealous that a beautiful woman like Yaluan is going to be under another man's crotch? The one who likes Yaluan is that brat, Ho Shibai. What does it have to do with me? Yang Xuyan snorted. You know that I only care about you, yet you insist on telling me this. Hai Wanli smiled sweetly and hooked his chin with her finger. Of course I know you're good. Alright, how did your mission go? Yang Xuyan took a whiff of her fragrance in enjoyment. He was a little reluctant to see her leave so quickly, but he still answered. I hid in the shadows and successfully killed Na Chen. At the time, the battlefield was in chaos, so no one noticed anything. Afterwards, they will only think that I died at the hands of Yang Guo and Zhou Batong. Good job. Hai Wanli's face flushed with excitement. After plotting for so long, she had finally dealt a heavy blow to the Hongji tribe. It was because of their support that the Thor faction had been able to rise to power so easily. And that *tch Chabi. He always relied on the fact that her family was from the Hongji tribe and even caused Kublai's influence to grow. This time, your husband cheated on another woman and even raped his own sister-in-law. I'd like to see how you deal with this shocking scandal. Kings of the Thor faction, I'll make you all sink into the endless abyss. Yang Xuyan frowned. Clearly, he didn't want to participate in these schemes. After all, he had once belonged to the Thor faction. Thus, he changed the topic and said, Yang Guo and Zhou Batong really do live up to their reputation. I was watching from the sidelines today. Unless I hid in the shadows and ambushed them, I probably wouldn't be a match for them if I fought them head-on. There's no need for you to give up your advantages and fight them head-on, Hai Wanli comforted him. Yang Xuyan shook his head. Assassination is not the right way to go. The peak of martial arts is to be like the Khan, the Tongtian shaman, and the Devil Master. That's the only way to live your life in vain. Even though I don't like Song Qingshu, if I can fight 3 grandmasters by myself like he did one day, my life will not be in vain. Chapter 2395. What? You can't bear to? A hint of jealousy flashed in Yang Xuyan's eyes. Hai Wanli smiled sweetly and did not deny it. Powerful men will naturally attract women's affection. There's nothing wrong with admitting this. Furthermore, he's so young and handsome. Speaking of which, I'm a little envious of Princess Xiaomin. No wonder she's infatuated with this man. Yang Xuyan snorted, but he could not refute Song Qingshu. If it were anyone else, he might have threatened to kill them. However, Song Qingshu was already a martial grandmaster. Yang Xuyan was not arrogant enough to cause trouble for him. Don't be angry. I'm just saying it. It's not like he has anything to do with her. Furthermore, it's uncertain whether he'll live past today. Hai Wanli looked out of the window in disappointment. He could see flames soaring into the sky in the distance. It was obvious that the army was searching for the enemy with torches. Half the sky was dyed red. Helen City had never been so lively at night. At this moment, Song Qingshu was running madly through the city. He had just fought Tai Mu head-on, and both of them had been injured. Pang Ban had tried to stop him. In his condition, he would not have been able to block Pang Ban's all-out attack. Even if he had managed to block it, he would have been forced back to his original position. He would have been surrounded by countless elite soldiers, and would have been defeated. At that moment, he weighed the pros and cons. Even if he had to expend a great deal of his primordial qi, he still used the great art of blood ignition. Back then, Ren Yingying had used this art to break the seal and escape from danger. At that time, he felt that it was very magical, so he asked her to pass this art to him. Ren Yingying had been hesitant at first, feeling that this technique would consume too much of her life essence. However, she was worried that her lover would run into some unsolvable situation, so she taught it to him. At the same time, she had warned him not to use it unless it was a life-or-death situation. Song Qingshu had always kept this in mind. With his cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to run into a life-or-death situation. That was until today, when he was surrounded by 3 great grandmasters. The reason why he had dared to take the risk to save Guojing was not only because the sky-reaching Wizard Union would go easy on him, but also because he was relying on the Great Blood Ignition technique. He had decisively used this technique to severely injure Pang Ban and break through the encirclement. He had faced 3 great grandmasters alone and had even managed to severely injure 2 of them. This achievement was enough to shock everyone in the world. However, Song Qingshu did not feel happy at all. After all, he had obtained this by sacrificing his lifespan. Fortunately, he had the rootless tree secret art that Zhang Sanfeng had imparted to him previously to extend his lifespan. Thus, he was able to barely offset most of the damage he had suffered. Otherwise, he might not have been able to make up his mind to use the great art of blood ignition. However, the rootless tree secret art was a long-term method of nourishing one's health. It was like a trickle of water that accumulated over time to replenish one's lost lifespan. The weakness that came after using the great blood ignition technique was unavoidable. Song Qingshu had to find a place to hide and recuperate before he completely lost his strength. His first reaction was to go to Zhao Min's place, but he immediately rejected this idea. If he could think of it, others could also think of it. Right now, the Ruyang mansion had probably already laid out an inescapable trap waiting for him. Although Zhao Min still secretly controlled some forces in the city, she was still powerless against the entire apparatus of the country. Next, he thought of hiding in the palace. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. In the demigods and semidevils, didn't Xuzhu and Tonglao of Tianshan also hide in the palace? There was also the princess who warmed the bed. No, right now the only princess in the direct line of descent is Huazheng, and she just got together with Guojing. This time, I can't get involved with her again. Cough, cough. Why am I still thinking about such nonsense when I'm already in this situation? Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire himself. After thinking about it carefully, he rejected this idea. Temujin was seriously injured and would definitely return to the palace to recuperate. It would be very difficult for him to hide from his eyes and ears. While he was hesitating, he was already discovered by a group of people. These people were sending out whistling arrows as they roared and rushed towards him. The reading pavilion, most of them were Mongolian soldiers, but there were also a few tantric experts mixed in. Each of them looked at him as if he was a noble. They knew that if they killed him, they wouldn't have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of their lives. Song Qingshu didn't want to end up like Xiangyu, being dismembered by a group of soldiers and having to take a piece of his body to be rewarded. Normally, he wouldn't have paid any attention to these people. But now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was inevitable that he would be unable to deal with these people. After killing several tantric experts and a dozen or so soldiers, he felt his vision blur. His hands felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and his speed and strength were gradually diminishing. Am I going to die at the hands of these thieves in the end? Song Qingshu smiled helplessly. Seeing that he was about to be stabbed by a spear, he had no strength to dodge because he had to deal with the enemy on the other side. He could only barely avoid being hit in his vitals and prepared to take the blow with his body. Just then, there was a flash of silver, and the tip of the spear was cut off. The soldier didn't even have time to react before he was killed by the cold light. Only then did the crowd notice a woman in white standing on the nearby wall like a fairy. The cold night wind blew, and her hair danced in the wind. Combined with her ethereal temperament, she looked like a fairy from heaven. Jin Bingyun. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect her to suddenly appear and kill an enemy for him. The group of soldiers was stunned at first, but when they saw how beautiful she was, they all showed a fanatical and excited look, and many of them pounced on her. Although Jean Bingyun had a high status in the Demon Master Palace, her influence was limited to the upper echelons. Few of these soldiers knew her, and they only thought that she was with Song Qingshu. Many of them thought that they would not only be able to kill Song Qingshu tonight and enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth, but they could also capture such a beauty and have a good time. They all thanked the longevity heaven for bringing them good luck. But they didn't know that the fairy-like woman before them could also become an Azura from hell. Wait for me. I'll take care of these people and take you to heal. Jean Bingyun nodded slightly to Song Qingshu, and her ethereal voice had a trace of inexplicable meaning than usual. After saying that, she rushed to the place with the most soldiers. Every time she waved the sword in her hand, she would reap the lives of several soldiers. She was ordered by the Demon Master to save Song Qingshu, and this matter couldn't be leaked. Naturally, she had to get rid of all the witnesses. Thank you for saving me, Mississippi. Song Qingshu bowed to her and showed a grateful smile. Then, when she turned around, he immediately ran. Are you kidding me? Maybe others who don't know will be charmed by your beauty and think that it's a beauty saving the hero, but I know what you're planning. Most likely you're here for Pangban's Taoist heart. I don't want to be sucked dry. Jean Bingyun saw his escaping figure from the corner of her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Why are you running? Am I so scary? You're a great grandmaster. Chapter 2396. Jean Bingyun bit her lip, her emotions fluctuating. She stomped her feet and chased after him, but she wasn't confident that she would be able to find him. As Song Qingshu fled, he noticed that many Mongolian soldiers were searching for him from house to house. He knew that it would be difficult to hide from them if he hid in the homes of ordinary people. It seemed that the only way to hide was to hide in the homes of the nobles, so that the ordinary soldiers wouldn't dare to offend them. This was the way of the world. Everything had to be carried out by people. Even if Temujin's original intention was to search everyone's homes, in reality, how would the soldiers dare to search the homes of the nobles? Even if the search was just for show. After all, they would see each other frequently and wouldn't go overboard. Therefore, the best place to hide was in the homes of the nobles, and it had to be the kind of rich and powerful families that wouldn't be found. Song Qingshu thought for a while, and ran in a certain direction. Previously, when the great grandmasters had been fighting, everyone had been watching intently. After all, such a scene was rare. Only one person had watched for a while before leaving. That was because she had more important things to do. Princess Yaluan had always been concerned about her son's whereabouts. She had agreed to cooperate with Song Qingshu and the others because they had used her son as a hostage. Although he had just told her that he had released her son, she was still worried. Therefore, she rushed home as soon as she had the chance. She only relaxed when she saw the wet nurse holding her beloved son. Not long ago, a girl in green brought the crown prince back. The wet nurse handed over the baby in her arms. My child. Seeing her familiar son, Yaluan was so emotional that she almost cried. She hugged and kissed him a few times. After her husband passed away, this child was her only hope. That man kept his word. After confirming that her son was safe, Princess Yaluan's impression of Song Qingshu improved. At the same time, she was curious about the situation over there and sent someone to check. Soon, one of her subordinates came to report, Princess Song Qingshu escaped with serious injuries. The royal preceptor and the others are searching for him and other rebels in the city. Got it. Patrol carefully and guard the gates. Yaluan waved her hand, indicating that she should withdraw. After learning that Song Qingshu had escaped, she couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. It was truly hard to imagine how he had managed to escape from the siege of 3 great grandmasters. However, he was destined to be caught. Now that there was a full-scale manhunt, all the troops and warriors had been mobilized. Even Alan, Darren, and Ho Shibai had been sent to participate in the manhunt. Where could he possibly escape to? Of course, she only subconsciously felt that it was a pity. She did not have any thoughts of helping him. After all, the two of them did not interact much. The only good impression she had of him was because he kept his promise and released Yulong de Shi. Wang Fei has been frightened. These are the soup and pastries specially prepared by the kitchen. Her personal maid brought over some exquisite pastries and the like. Princess Yaluan had been on the move the whole day and had been worried about her son. She was a little hungry now, so she took the food. The maid's lips curled up slightly, but her head was lowered, so Yaluan didn't notice. Yaluan ate a few mouthfuls and suddenly ordered, "Prepare some hot water for me, I will rest early after my bath." Yes. The maid was a spy that Hai Wanli had planted in the residence. Hearing this, she was secretly happy. This would make it easier for her to act later. After a while, the maid came back to report, "Wang Fei, the hot water is ready." Princess Yaluan nodded. She was almost done eating, so she planned to take a hot bath and sleep early. Too many things had happened recently, and she was quite tired. Meanwhile, Kublai was patrolling the streets with his men. When he suddenly heard about Na Chen's death, he was extremely shocked. "Na Chen is dead? The bandits are ferocious. Please take care of yourself, Your Highness." The scout had been sent by the palace to warn the important figures. Kublai laughed coldly. "If they were at their peak, I might be a little worried. However, they are all at the end of their rope now. I have many talented subordinates. It's fine if we don't encounter them, but if we do, we will definitely kill them." Just then, one of his subordinates mentioned something while chatting with his companions. "It seems like we're not far from the king's residence." Kublai's eyes lit up and he pointed his horsewhip in the direction of King Menk's residence. "The bandits are on the run now, and I heard that my nephew was kidnapped by them. We will go to your residence to see if there is anything we can help with." Since he had spoken, his subordinates naturally had no objections. The group quickly rode toward King Menk's residence. On the other side, Song Qingshu had just climbed over the wall of King Menk's residence. He was glad that the defenses of the residence seemed to have weakened a lot. Otherwise, in his current state, it would have been very difficult for him to sneak in without anyone noticing. The reason why he chose this place as his hideout was because Menk was one of Temujin's most beloved grandsons. In addition, Temujin felt that he owed Menk a lot for his early death and had taken care of the residence over the years. Everyone else in Helen City had also been very respectful to Yaluan and her children, so the chances of this place being discovered were very low. Secondly, they had met several times before. Whether it was as a member of the Water Moon Great Sect or as Song Qingshu, they both had a good impression of this dignified and elegant woman. They knew that she was a kind person and was not as dangerous as those who were lost in the sea. If he went to Lost in the Sea now, Song Qingshu could guarantee that even if Yaluan did not sell him out, she would still make use of him. It was very tiring to deal with such a dangerous woman. Yaluan was much easier to deal with. Just as he was thinking about where to hide, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the door. He could faintly hear Kublai's voice. "Kublai requests an audience with sister-in-law." Song Qingshu couldn't help but groan inwardly. What the hell? Why is this guy here? Over the years, Kublai had opened a recruitment center and had recruited many talented people. Yang Guo and Jinluan Fuang were just one of them. From the sounds outside, Kublai had brought quite a few people with him. In his current state, if he was discovered, he would be dead for sure. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but he didn't expect Kublai's soldiers to surround the palace as well. He had no choice but to quickly hide inside the palace. Could it be that my whereabouts have been discovered and attracted these soldiers? But the possibility of this was not high. It was most likely that he was here to visit. This was a good thing. As long as he wasn't discovered, no one would come to the palace to investigate. Originally, the guards at the entrance did not want to let him in, but Princess Yaluan's personal maid, Tuoya, came out and said that Princess Yaluan was inviting the fourth prince in, so the guards could not stop him. Kublai couldn't help but be happy. Yaluan had always been cold to him and rarely invited him in. Could it be that what happened today made her realize that she needed a strong ally to rely on? Song Qingshu heard the sound of the door opening from afar, and became even more anxious. Kublai had too many strong martial artists under his command. He was worried that his subordinates would hear him, so he pushed open a door and hid inside. But he quickly froze. The room was filled with hot air, and there seemed to be someone not far away. Tuoya, you're back? Come and help me massage my shoulders. I don't know why, but I feel a little weak. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded. It was mixed with the sound of a hand sliding across the water. It was Princess Yaluan. Master of stealing fragrance, please collect my collection. Chapter 2397. Tuoya led Kublai into the main hall. Out of politeness, he didn't bring his troops in and only brought a few of his subordinates. Where's sister-in-law? Seeing that there was no one around, Kublai couldn't help but feel disappointed. Tuoya bowed and said, Fourth Marquis, please wait here. Our princess will come out soon. She then called for her subordinates to serve tea. Kublai was the most Chinese of the Mongolian nobles, and he loved to drink tea. After running around in the middle of the night, he was really thirsty. Seeing this, he didn't suspect anything and drank a few cups. Joy flashed in Tuoya's eyes and she said to him, I'll go invite the princess. She then slowly left. Kublai sat in the main hall and wondered why Yaluan had invited him over. Thinking about the change in her attitude, he couldn't help but feel happy. Why does it feel a bit hot? The more I drink, the more thirsty I get. After a while, Tuoya came out and said, Fourth Marquis, our princess invites you over. Kublai was startled at first, but then he was overjoyed. Yaluan didn't meet him in the main hall and instead invited him to the inner hall. This meant that she had a good impression of him. Could it be that what happened today affected her too much and she needed someone to comfort her? Please lead the way. He was happy and spoke more politely. Tuoya smiled and said, Fourth Marquis, this way please. Kublai hesitated and didn't let his subordinates follow. Instead, he had them guard the perimeter. After all, the princess' inner hall wasn't suitable for too many men. Plus, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be good if there were too many people. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Qingshu saw that there were people in the room. He was stunned. What was going on? It looked like Princess Yaluan was bathing in there? But why? There weren't any guards on the way. Shouldn't the place where the princess bathed be heavily guarded? Because Kublai was bringing people in, he was panicking and didn't want to alert the guards, so he kept walking towards the place with the weakest guards. He didn't expect to end up in the princess's room. This didn't make sense. Tuoya, what's wrong? Why aren't you replying? Seeing no response, Princess Yaluan was confused. Song Qingshu was startled. If she found out and called out to him, he would be finished, so he answered, I'm coming. He had disguised himself for so many years without being discovered. Apart from his similar appearance, his voice was also the key. One branch of disguise was to change one's voice to match the target's. As for Tuoya, he did not know who she was, so he could only imitate the voice of the maid who opened the door. He purposely said it so people wouldn't be able to hear the maid's voice. The reason why it was so troublesome was because he knew that if he held her hostage, there would be a lot of trouble in the future, especially since Kublai was about to come and see her. Therefore, the best situation was to quietly hide in the mansion, so that no one would find out. Slowly walking behind the screen, he could feel the heat getting stronger. From afar, he could see Princess Yaluan lying in the wooden tub. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her slender neck. Come over here and give me a massage. Princess Yaluan patted her shoulder as if she had heard the footsteps approaching. Song Qingshu had no choice but to walk over. Princess Yaluan was completely submerged in the bathtub, with only her shoulders exposed. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, gently pinching it. Her collarbones were delicate, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Her shoulders were white and smooth, and her skin was as soft as a young girl's. It was impossible to tell that she was married or had children. Princess Yaluan hummed comfortably. Tuaya, I feel like you're doing better today. Song Qingshu was startled to see her head leaning back. Just as he was about to seal her mute acupoint to prevent her from shouting, he discovered that she was only lying down more comfortably with her eyes closed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was worried. It was difficult to stay here without alerting her. How was he going to deal with this? He could only wait for Tuaya to come over and leave quietly, hoping that everything would go well. Hey, why do I have a strange feeling? I don't know how to describe it. I just can't help but think of the night I married Brother Meng. Yaluan frowned. She twisted her body to ease her posture and subconsciously clamped her legs together. Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he notice that Princess Yaluan's cheeks were unnaturally red, and her skin was burning hot. She looked like she had been drugged. Am I injured and unable to control the genuine qi of joy? He was shocked. But he immediately denied this possibility. He didn't use his genuine qi at all. No, I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to my room to rest. Just then, Princess Yaluan covered her forehead and suddenly stood up from the bathtub. Water droplets slid down her perfect waist, making her body look even more translucent. She didn't know if it was because she stood up too fast, but she felt dizzy and weak. Then, she lost control of her body and fell to the side. Seeing that she was about to fall to the floor, Song Qingshu reached out to support her. His hand was full of soft and warm skin. He didn't know what to do. Thank you, Tuaya. Princess Yaluan thanked him and opened her eyes. When she saw that it was a man who was supporting her, she was stunned. Song Qingshu quickly sealed her acupoints to prevent her from shouting. He said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I came into your room by mistake. I didn't mean to offend you. If you promise not to scream, please blink. As he spoke, he pulled the clothes off the screen and wrapped them around her body. Noticing his actions, Princess Yaluan's face softened a little. But her face was still very red. She blinked her eyes lightly. Only then did Song Qingshu release her acupoint. Why are you in my room so coincidentally? Princess Yaluan's tone was full of shame and anger. She had never been approached by a man like this before. However, she was rational enough not to yell and scream. She knew that it would be bad for her reputation if anyone saw what was happening. Song Qingshu answered, I don't know why either. I chose the least guarded places along the way and then came to this room. Less guarded? Princess Yaluan was stunned and said angrily, How is that possible? My room is the most heavily guarded place in the whole mansion. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Why would I lie to you? I'm seriously injured now. If it were really heavily guarded, I wouldn't have been able to break in without a sound. Princess Yaluan was deep in thought. Suddenly, she twisted her legs unnaturally and stared at him with an unfriendly look. Did you do something strange to me? Song Qingshu spread his hands and said, How is that possible? I'm being hunted. I don't have time to do that. Princess Yaluan bit her lip. She knew that he had a point. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, Right, when I entered the mansion just now, Kubilai was visiting. Your personal maid opened the door to let him in. That's why I ran here in a hurry. What? Yaluan almost stood up in shock. But she immediately realized that her clothes were a bit disheveled. Her expression changed. She had been in the center of power in Mongolia for a long time and had seen all kinds of plots and plots. In that instant she had already thought of many possibilities. Just then, Kubilai's voice came from outside the door. "Sister-in-law, fourth brother is here to see you. If you like stealthy fragrance expert, please collect." Chapter 2398. What are you doing here? Yalorn was angry and worried. She quickly wanted to put on her clothes, but her body was weak. Every time she moved, her body would tremble. She quickly closed her legs. "Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Didn't you tell me to come?" Kubilai said with a smile. I didn't. Hurry and leave." Yalorn's voice was trembling. It sounded sweeter than usual. Kubilai, who was outside the door, swallowed his saliva. Normally, when she spoke to him, she was always very cold. Why was she asking him to leave? "What's going on?" Kubilai looked at the maid beside him strangely. Tuaya lowered her voice and said, "This servant doesn't dare to guess what the princess consort is thinking. I've already followed her orders and brought your highness here. The rest is up to your highness. This servant will leave now." She had been hiding for so many years. Today, in order to complete the mission given to her by her superiors, her identity had been exposed regardless of whether she succeeded or not. This was also a scandal of the royal family, so she had to leave as soon as possible. Seeing the female attendant hurriedly leave, Kubilai felt a bit relieved. If she had directly said that Yalorn had invited him to a rendezvous late at night, he would have been suspicious. However, it seemed like Yalorn was still hesitating and hadn't decided whether or not to take that step. For some reason, his body felt hot and his lower abdomen was very stiff. He gulped and said, "Sister-in-law, is Yu Longda okay?" "He's fine. Hurry and leave." Yalorn was panicking to the extreme. Back then, Brother Meng had died for no reason and had shown her how evil the world was. She was a smart person and now knew that she had fallen into someone's trap. She didn't know if the mastermind was Kubilai or someone else. If it was a normal day, Kubilai would have left like a gentleman in order to save face. However, there was a fire in his heart today, making him bolder than usual. "I came from so far away and you're avoiding me. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Could it be that there are bandits hiding in your room? No, I have to come in and make sure that you're safe." Hearing the sound of him pushing the door open, Princess Yalorn became anxious. She hurriedly said to Song Qingshu, "Put me back in the bucket." Right now, she only had a piece of clothing wrapped around her body, which couldn't cover anything at all. She could barely cover herself in the bathtub. Song Qingshu hesitated for a bit, but he still carried her and put her in the water. He heard Hu Bailai push open the door and quickly jumped onto the beam. He was also a little depressed. Now that he was seriously injured, he wanted to find a quiet place to rest and recuperate. Who knew that he would run into this mess? He didn't know how to deal with it. Princess Yalorn went back into the bathtub and instantly shrunk under the water, only her head was above the water. At the same time, she pulled her clothes over the bathtub to block the water. Kubilai was also stunned when he came in. He didn't expect the room to be filled with steam. He was surprised and happy. "Sister-in-law is bathing?" Princess Yalorn felt like her body was going to melt. If it wasn't for the fact that she was leaning against the wall of the bathtub, she probably wouldn't have been able to sit up straight. Hearing this, she said angrily, "Since you know, why aren't you getting out?" Unfortunately, under the effect of the medicine, her angry voice didn't express her anger. Instead, it was soft and seductive. Kubilai's mouth was dry. He thought that she was just pretending to be reserved, so he didn't care anymore. "Ha ha ha, there are no outsiders here. Sister-in-law, why do you have to be like this? Since you called me in the middle of the night and you purposely bathed here to wait for me, I, Hu Bailai, am not an impulsive man." "Bastard!" Princess Yalorn was furious, but her tone wasn't as firm as before. Right now, her mind was filled with romantic scenes. She even heard a voice in her heart telling her not to reject him. Ever since her husband passed away, she had been alone for a long time. Although she pretended to be strong outside, only she knew how lonely it was to be alone on an empty bed. At this moment, Hubailai had already walked over. Looking at his usually dignified sister-in-law, he felt as if his entire body was about to explode and his eyes were bloodshot. "Sister-in-law, after Big Brother passed away, you must have had a hard time sleeping. Big Brother treated me very well in the past, so now that he's gone, I must take good care of you." Hubailai gulped and a hint of wildness flashed in his eyes. He had always had a strange feeling towards this dignified and beautiful sister-in-law. Back then, when Brother Meng sent people to investigate the taxes on his fief, it was the kind Yaluan who spoke up for him and prevented the conflict between the two brothers from escalating. He had always remembered this kindness in his heart. When Yaluan looked at him, her faint smile and gentle eyes were deeply imprinted in his mind. However, because of their identities, he didn't dare to cross the line. Originally, when Brother Meng died, he thought he had a chance, so he impulsively did something rude to her. Who knew that this gentle and dignified sister-in-law's attitude would suddenly change, and from then on, she wouldn't even pretend to be nice to him. After the incident, the Khan also warned him, but he could only bury this twisted love deep in his heart. However, the more he hid it, the easier it was for it to explode. His desire to get Yaluan had gradually become an obsession in his heart. Today, he was triggered by the drug and Yaluan was standing in front of him without any defense. He didn't care anymore. He just wanted to have her. What's the point of bathing alone? Sister-in-law, why don't you try bathing together? Hubailai quickly took off his jacket and jumped towards Yaluan. Save me! Yaluan raised his head and looked at Song Qingshu with his remaining rationality, his eyes filled with pleading. Song Qingshu sighed and jumped down to knock Hubailai unconscious. How could he just sit back and do nothing about something like this? Yaluan looked at Hubailai on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Song Qingshu with watery eyes and said, "I don't have any strength left in my body. Can you help me out?" Song Qingshu nodded. Although he was heavily injured, he was still a martial grandmaster. He still had the strength to help a woman up. Yaluan wasn't heavy either. She couldn't help but moan as she felt the masculine aura of a man. Perhaps she felt too embarrassed, but her cheeks instantly turned red. "I'm not like this normally." Song Qingshu nodded. "Yes, you were drugged. Are you sure it wasn't you who did it?" Princess Yaluan raised her head and looked at him closely. "What do you think?" Song Qingshu helped her sit up. He took her clothes and was about to wrap her up when he realized that her clothes were already soaked. In fact, Yaluan also knew that it was not him. She just asked casually, but when she noticed his action, her expression changed, as if she was having a very fierce mental struggle. After a long time, she sighed and said, "Can you carry me to the bed?" Song Qingshu nodded. He carried her to the bed and placed her down. "You're in a high position. It's normal for people to target you. You have to be careful in the future. I won't run into you every time." After he finished speaking, he got up to see if he could find the antidote on Hubailai's body. However, Hubailai grabbed his hand. Chapter 2399. I'll go see if there's an antidote. Hearing this, Princess Yaluan finally let go of him. Song Qingshu squatted down next to Hubailai and searched him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. He could only get a cup of cold water for Princess Yaluan to drink first. He doesn't have an antidote on him. I think he was poisoned as well. I don't know if he did it himself or if someone else drugged him. Princess Yaluan took a sip. The cold water helped her regain a bit of consciousness. She quickly said to him, "Help me see if anyone is coming." Song Qingshu nodded. He walked to the window and looked outside. He came back and said, "There's no one in 100 feet radius." Normally, he wouldn't even need to look with his eyes. He could just sense the surroundings. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured and couldn't do that. Old 4, this guy really has bad intentions. He sent everyone away. Princess Yaluan was so angry that she threw the cup at Kublai. Unfortunately, she was too weak and the cup fell to the ground. Song Qingshu had a headache as well. Normally, he could use his internal energy to help her recover. But now, he couldn't and he didn't have the time. Princess, please rest here. It's not good for me to stay in a situation like this. I'll leave now. Song Qingshu wanted to find a quiet place to heal as soon as possible. He had already wasted a lot of time just now. Don't go. Princess Yaluan panicked. Seeing the other party's anxious expression, Song Qingshu was stunned. Isn't having me stay here the same as taking advantage of the other party's precarious situation? Noticing his gaze, Princess Yaluan's face turned red. She quickly explained, "What if he wakes up after you leave?" Song Qingshu looked at Kublai on the ground and replied, "Don't worry. Even though I'm injured, I sealed his acupuncture point. He won't wake up before dawn." But what if his subordinates see that he's not moving and come in? Princess Yaluan panicked. But this is your territory. Song Qingshu was speechless. Princess Yaluan bit her lip and said, "I don't want my subordinates to see me like this." Song Qingshu cursed silently, but he still cupped his hands and said, "Although I really want to help, there are people chasing after me everywhere. I need to heal as soon as possible, so I can't help even if I want to." Then he turned around and was about to leave. Princess Yaluan's voice carried a hint of sobbing as she said, "Do you really want me to make it so clear?" Song Qingshu turned around. He looked at her in confusion. Princess Yaluan turned her head away. She bit her lips so hard that it almost bled. "I'm going to lose my mind in this state. Any man will be able to get his hands on me easily. Instead of being taken advantage of by some filthy man, I'd rather with you. Why me? I don't think we've met more than a few times." Song Qingshu didn't understand what she was thinking. "You don't want to take advantage of others, so you're with me? I'm still a wanted criminal in Mongolia." Princess Yaluan blushed and said, "Because you sent Yulong Dashu back, so I know you're a man of your word. And you're a great grandmaster. We Mongolians worship the strong." She gave several reasons in a row, but they became more and more illogical towards the end. A smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. "It's really not because I'm handsome?" Princess Yaluan was stunned. She didn't expect such a shameless person to exist in the world. If it were any other day, she would have turned against him. But now, under the influence of the drug, she felt an inexplicable feeling. She blushed and replied, "You're indeed more pleasing to the eye." Song Qingshu gently lifted her chin with his finger. The woman in front of him had a rosy complexion and her eyes were like pools of autumn water. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "You're also very beautiful, Princess." Princess Yaluan shuddered when the strange man touched her skin, but she still insisted and said, "After tonight, you and I will be strangers. No one is allowed to bring this up, and no one is allowed to pester me." This was what she was most worried about. If he were to pester her after this, and her identity was so sensitive, once it was exposed, it would be the biggest scandal of the royal family. The reason why she didn't want to find someone else in the house was also because she was worried about this. And as a great grandmaster, Song Qingshu wouldn't do something like pestering her. Besides, in her mind, she subconsciously regarded everyone else in the house as servants. Only someone like Song Qingshu could be her equal. Of course, he was indeed very handsome, Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, "But I still need to stay here for a while to recover from my injuries." Princess Yaluan was so angry that she almost fainted. She felt as if she had been begging him to agree, but the growing heat in her body made it impossible for her to refuse. Okay. As for whether or not the other was a criminal, she did not care. It should be known that she had once been the crown princess, but after her husband's unexpected death, the status of their branch was as different as heaven and earth. It was difficult for her to worry about the Great Khan. Song Qinshu reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. He sighed and said, "If you don't want to, I'll leave right now." Although the Mankasvara dhyana could quickly heal internal injuries through dual cultivation, the healing methods recorded in the 9-yin manual, the Holy Light Sutra, and the Taishen Sutra were also amazing. With his current level of cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use his internal energy to heal himself. The only difference was that it would be a little slower, so he didn't want to take advantage of her. Unexpectedly, Princess Yaluan grabbed his hand tightly and said, "Don't go, I want to." At this time, Song Qinshu felt that he was not a man if he continued to be so wishy-washy. He held her chin and kissed her. His other hand slowly moved downwards, and wherever it passed, he instantly removed all of her defenses. Yaluan's hands gripped the bedsheets tightly. A thought flashed through her mind. How could this man be so skilled at undressing? She had been suppressing the effects of the drug since the beginning. Now that she was so close to the man's masculine scent, every inch of her skin was completely ignited. Before she lost consciousness, she hurriedly reached out to stop him. "What's wrong?" Song Qinshu couldn't help but admire the woman's skin. The cold wind of Mabe didn't leave a trace on her. Yaluan's chest rose and fell rapidly. Her mind was in a mess at the moment. "Find a piece of cloth and cover my eyes." Song Qinshu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a strange request. Princess Yaluan turned her head to the side. Her face was flushed. "That way I can't see you." "I can. I can imagine you as Brother Meng." Song Qinshu's first reaction was that she was still deceiving herself at this point. However, a trace of admiration quickly rose in his heart. If it wasn't for the accident today, with her personality, she probably wouldn't have done anything to let her husband down. Despite all the reasons, she still felt sorry for her husband. This was the only way she could preserve her last shred of dignity. "Okay." Song Qinshu picked up the belt that she had left on the side and gently covered her eyes with it. Chapter 2400. Song Qinshu was a gentleman. He would not refuse a woman's reasonable request, not to mention that he had nothing to lose by blindfolding her. Sometimes fate was so strange. The two of them had only met a few times and had barely spoken to each other. But now that something had happened, Princess Yaluan was willing to ask him, a stranger, for help. Why did he just happen to be here? Of course, although Princess Yaluan had only seen him a few times, Song Qinshu had seen her a few times as a member of the Shueihua faction. At that time, the impression she gave was that she had a very cold temperament. She was dignified and beautiful, with a faint sense of inviolability. Especially compared to the enchanting temperament of Hai Wanshan, the two were two extremes. No matter how rich his imagination was, he would never have imagined that every once in a while, the noble and elegant Princess Yaluan would lie in front of him like this, and even take the initiative to invite him. After being blindfolded, Princess Yaluan could only see darkness. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Obviously, she was also extremely nervous, waiting for the moment when her fate would come. But after a while, he did not move. She could not help but ask in a trembling voice, Why don't you say anything?" Song Qinshu was admiring her beauty. Hearing her question, he smiled and said, "Didn't you want to imagine me as Brother Meng? If I say anything, I will make you lose your acting." Princess Yaluan could not help but bite her lip. This man was really a bit naughty. "I'm a little scared if you don't say anything." "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that someone else will change midway?" Song Qinshu moved closer to her ear and said teasingly. Princess Yaluan's heart trembled. Her mind could not stop thinking about some scenarios. She only felt that her body was becoming more and more sensitive. She could not help but spit out, "You are such a jerk." She took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, no matter how you deliberately scare me, I will not take off the blindfold. Do as you wish." Looking at her stubbornly raising her head as if she was defending the last bit of her dignity, Song Qingshu could not help but feel pity for her. He bent down and kissed her gently. Princess Yaluan was already very uncomfortable. Her mind was already in a mess. This time, she was completely ignited. Her arms tightly wrapped around the man on top of her. After an unknown period of time, Princess Yaluan was awakened by the faint chirping of birds outside the yard. Only then did she realize that she was lying in the arms of a man. Her beautiful hair was spread over his chest like a waterfall. Thinking of the absurdity she had just experienced, she did not know how to face it for a moment, so she quickly closed her eyes. Sensing her movement, Song Qingshu asked, "Are you awake?" After a night of recuperation, although his injuries were not completely healed, he finally had the ability to protect himself. After a period of recuperation, he should be able to fully recover. Unable to pretend to be asleep any longer, Princess Yaluan's mind raced as she tried to think of a solution to the current problem. Suddenly, Yaluan could no longer. Yaluan's mind was raced. She sat up and thought. Yaluan thought. She. Thinking. To she. Song Qingshu said, "Don't worry, princess. I won't pester you anymore. Arrange a place for me. I won't go out. I will leave after I recover." Song Qingshu. Wasn't that what you asked for in the beginning? Last night too. At first, you wanted me to beg you. Now you can't wait to cut all ties with me. The more Princess Yaluan thought about it, the angrier she became. Tears fell from her eyes. Am I that bad in your heart? Even though Song Qingshu had many female friends and was experienced in this area, he found that he did not understand women at all. I didn't mean that. I just didn't want to put you in a difficult position. We're already like this. What else can I put you in a difficult position? Princess Yaluan pulled the quilt over her shoulders. She realized that her anger was unreasonable. But as a woman, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. He pulled her back into his arms and whispered into her ear, "Last night, we agreed that we would have nothing to do with each other after tonight. But the sky is still dark. That means the night is not over yet. Why don't you take advantage of me again, princess?" Yaluan blushed. She pushed him away. "You wish." Although she said that, her expression gradually softened. Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost made a huge mistake before, which was to make her suspect that he was not charming. A woman could abandon a man, but no one could stand being abandoned by a man. Also, you can call me Yaluan from now on. Don't call me princess. There are so many princesses in Helen's city. Who knows who you're calling? Yaluan suddenly said. Song Qingshu was not used to seeing her blushing cheeks and her ladylike attitude, which was completely different from her usual cold and dignified appearance. Last night you... Yaluan bit her lip as soon as she opened her mouth. It was obvious that she found it difficult to speak. What happened? I felt that way. What feeling? Song Qingshu was stunned. Princess Yaluan blushed. Forget it. It's nothing. She couldn't say it out loud. The Mongolians had always valued martial arts. As a prince, Brother Meng was usually very strong. It wasn't that she had never tasted the pleasures of the bedroom. But compared to last night, the difference was like heaven and earth. She had always been a proud and reserved person. She had never lost her composure like that. It was as if she would live or die if the other wanted her to. She had completely surrendered. She didn't like this feeling. But the reason that had just risen up was completely washed away by the memories of her body. It turned out that Song Qingshu had been seriously injured last night. Because he was in the enemy's camp, he needed to recover as soon as possible. In order to heal, he used the Zhenqi of joy to the fullest. The Zhenqi of joy naturally entered her body. In the past, after Zhou Zhiruo, Zhao Min, and the others tried it once, they blushed and refused to let him use it on them again. Song Qingshu also knew that the zhenshi was a bit strange. He was careful not to use it on his female friends. He communicated with them with their true feelings. Because he hadn't used it for a long time, he had forgotten the power of this thing. Princess Yaluan, who had been living in the palace for a long time and had always been a reserved lady, couldn't stand it. Last night seemed to have opened the door to a new world. She even felt that all the sweet memories of the past were tasteless. One of them didn't know what happened to her body. The other had been thinking about how to deal with the Mongolians, so she didn't notice what had happened. But Princess Yaluan had been in a high position for a long time. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She pointed at the man on the ground and changed the topic. Now there's a problem. What do we do with Kublai? Then, she started to worry. If the news that she was with another man got out, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. What was more terrifying was that the glory of her family and even the future of Yulong Dashu would be ruined. Thinking about this, she looked at Kublai with a hint of killing intent. Mongolian women were never weak little rabbit. Although she was usually kind, she didn't mind killing people when the time came. Chapter 2401. Looking at Kublai, who had been sleeping on the ground for most of the night, Song Qingshu also fell into deep thought. He was hesitating about whether or not to replace him. Now was a great opportunity. According to history, Kublai would eventually become the ruler of Mongolia. If he killed him now and disguised himself as him, then wouldn't the Mongolian Empire be in his hands in the future? But after some consideration, he gave up on this idea. First of all, he would kill a Mongolian prince in front of Yeren and then impersonate him to take over the empire. Song Qingshu didn't think he had the charisma to make Kublai so loyal and willing to cooperate with him without regard for his own country. Disguising himself was his biggest trump card. If it was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. On the other hand, Kublai had a lot of trusted subordinate. He also had an upright princess and many concubines. Even if he could disguise himself to fool most people, it would be difficult to fool his trusted subordinates, not to mention those who shared his bed with him. Most importantly, Kublai wasn't the only ruler of Helen City. Ali Buge, Hai Wanli, and many others were watching him make mistakes. There was also Temujin above him. If he made the slightest mistake while impersonating Kublai, he would be doomed. If he was with Zhao Min right now, he could discuss how much power the Ruyang Palace had in the city and if they could guarantee that he could successfully impersonate Kublai. But now that he was alone, he gave up on taking such a big risk. "I'm talking to you." Seeing that he wasn't talking, Princess Yeren shook his arm. She didn't expect to speak in such a coquettish tone. "How about we kill him?" Song Qingshu said in a low voice. "Kill him?" Princess Yeren was shocked and her voice started to stutter. "That's not a good idea. He's one of the princes, and he has subordinates outside." "Then let him go?" Song Qingshu asked. Princess Yeren still shook her head and blushed. "No, he saw me last night, with that look on his face. How could I let him go?" "You're not killing him or letting him go. What do you want?" Song Qingshu was amused. Princess Yaluan was a little embarrassed. "I'm just asking you because I don't know." Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. Princess Yaluan was taken aback. "What's going on outside?" She sat up straight and tried to see what was going on outside, but how could she see anything from where she was? Song Qingshu listened carefully for a while and quickly said, "Quickly put on your clothes, there's trouble coming." "Huh!" Princess Yaluan was still confused. Song Qingshu explained, "Someone seems to be trying to break in. I think the leader is Brother Ali. Kublai's men are trying to stop them." Princess Yaluan blinked her eyes. "What about my men?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "Of course your people are at a loss. They don't know what happened to you, so they don't know who to help." Princess Yaluan said angrily as she put on her clothes, "These be **stars, We still haven't settled the score with them for letting Hu Bailey in. At the same time, she was anxious. What should I do now? Brother Ollie must have come prepared. He's probably here for, she couldn't bring herself to say the word catch. She even suspected that this was all Brother Ollie's doing. Song Qingshu had already arrived in front of Hu Bailey. He quickly helped him put on his clothes and unsealed his acupuncture point. Seeing Hu Bailey slowly open his eyes, Princess Yaluan was about to scream when Song Qingshu said to him, "Look at my eyes." Hu Bailey's eyes quickly became cloudy again. Then, he heard Song Qingshu ask, "Did you drug Yaluan last night?" Actually, people of high status like him were usually people with strong wills. It wasn't easy to hypnotize them. If he hadn't been drugged and was in a daze, he wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Hu Bailey shook his head. "No." Song Qingshu asked, "Then why are you here so coincidentally?" "I just came to see her. Her maid said that she invited me in, so of course I came in," Hu Bailey replied. His breathing suddenly quickened. "When I saw her at Big Brother's wedding, I saw her sweet smile and curved eyes. I fell in love with her. In the past, when Big Brother was here, I couldn't do anything about it. But now that he's gone, I won't let go of any chance to get her." Song Qingshu was speechless. So there was such a twisted love between them. Princess Yaluan was furious and embarrassed. She walked over and was about to hit him. "I'm your sister-in-law." Song Qingshu quickly stopped her. What kind of joke was this? The soul-shifting technique wasn't omnipotent. She might wake up if she got hit. After finally calming Yaluan down, Song Qingshu said to Hu Bailey, "Do you remember what happened yesterday?" Hu Bailey replied mechanically, "I was brought in by Tuya. Then, I saw Yaluan in the bathtub. Her shoulders were so white." Seeing Princess Yaluan's face turn red, Song Qingshu hurriedly interrupted her. "No, it's all just a dream. You don't remember what happened yesterday." "Dream?" Hu Bailey was confused. "That's right." Song Qingshu continued to guide him. "You drank Tuoya's medicine yesterday and then fainted. Tuoya must have drugged you." "Tuoya drugged me. I fainted last night," Hu Bailey repeated mechanically. "Now that you're awake, you can leave. Your men are still outside," Song Qingshu continued. Hu Bailey nodded and left the room. Princess Yaluan was stunned by the whole process. Is this hypnosis? The Mongolians had been fighting all over the world and had come into contact with many Western missionaries. As a high-ranking official, she had heard about this. Song Qingshu nodded. "Something like that." Princess Yaluan was a little alarmed. "Did you use the same sorcery on me last night?" Song Qingshu said angrily. "Then do you remember what happened last night?" How could she not remember? That was something she had never experienced before. She remembered every second of it clearly. Yaluan's face turned red. "What if it was a dream you created for me?" Song Qingshu smiled. "You can think of it as a dream." Yaluan knew that it wasn't very likely, but she still said, "I don't care what happened yesterday, but you can't use this on me again." Song Qingshu nodded. "I usually don't use this on women. It's no different from people like Tianbuiguang and Yunzhong." Princess Yaluan didn't know who Tianbuiguang and Yunzhong were, but after hearing his promise, she relaxed. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard. Then, Ali Buge's surprised voice came from outside. "Good fourth brother, you're here." Hu Bailey's voice also came. He had obviously returned to normal. "What do you mean?" Ali Buge laughed coldly. "You know what you did. A man and a woman were alone in the middle of the night. Don't be afraid, I'll get justice for you." As he spoke, he ordered his subordinates, "Capture this bastard who bullies his brother and his wife." His men all came forward. They were Hu Bailey's men. They all came out to protect their master and started fighting. Chapter 2402. Hai Manshan's men quickly advised, "Princess, please reconsider. If you go out now, all your efforts will be in vain." Hai Manshan giggled. Look at how scared you are. I was just saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent someone to inform Brother Ollie. I hope he won't disappoint me. At this time, in the Mongol palace, Ali Buj and Kublai's men were fighting. Many of Kublai's men had been sent out to capture the criminal, and Ali Buj's men were still there. So, Kublai's men could not hold on much longer. Just then, Princess Yaluen walked out neatly. If you want to fight, go out and fight. Why are you doing this in my house? Princess. When the warriors in the residence saw their mistress, they all ran to her side to protect her, as if they had found their backbone. Ali Buj was startled. He looked at Princess Yaluen and couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, are you all right? Of course I'm fine. What could happen to me? Yaluen's expression was unfriendly. This guy came so timely. Was he the mastermind behind all this? They were originally on good terms and had even secretly formed an alliance. But if it was confirmed that he was the mastermind, she would probably fall out with him on the spot. Ali Buj thought to himself, I heard that Kublai came here to bully sister-in-law, so I came to save you. Where did you get this information? Princess Yaluen asked. Someone said that Kublai has been in your room for a few hours and hasn't come out, so I came to see. Ali Buj asked uncertainly, Sister-in-law, are you really all right? He couldn't help but sound a little jealous. Thinking about how this beautiful and dignified wife of his had been taken advantage of by Kublai, he was very unhappy. However, he still needed the support of Yaluen's family to fight for the throne. After he became the Khan, he could take her into his harem. Now that she's with Kublai, why would she support me? Seeing the change in his expression, Yaluen could roughly guess what was going on. He said angrily, What nonsense are you thinking? Today, Kublai came to see me and was ambushed. He rested here for a while and only just recovered. Hearing this, Kublai's subordinates all worriedly asked their master. Kublai nodded and said, That's right. I was invited in for a cup of tea, and then I fainted. Sneak attack? I wonder who would dare to plot against another prince in sister-in-law's residence? Ali Buj's expression was full of suspicion. Princess Yaluen replied calmly, It's Tuya, a maidservant in my residence. I don't know who ordered her to do this, but I'm sending people to arrest her. Ali Buj was puzzled. If Lao Si was ambushed, why didn't Imperial sister-in-law call for help earlier? Why did she insist on staying with him for so many hours? Princess Yaluen blushed and hurriedly said, After all, he was plotted against by my maidservant in my mansion. If anything happens to him, I will definitely be held responsible. So naturally I want to save him first. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. Ali Buj smiled awkwardly. But I don't know which doctor Imperial sister-in-law called to diagnose Lao Si, and who else was there. Song Qingshu was secretly worried as he listened in the room. How could Princess Yaluen answer these questions? Just as he was worrying for her, he heard her say angrily, Ali Buj, what is the meaning of this? Are you interrogating me like a criminal? No, Ali Buj smiled apologetically. I'm just trying to find the truth. It's already been troublesome enough today, and you're still causing more trouble. Princess Yaluen finally exploded. She ordered her subordinates, All of you, get out. Kick these people out. Hearing this, the guards in the residence all went to chase them away. Although Ali Buj and Kublai had a lot of subordinates, this was still someone else's home. Since they had already asked them to leave, they naturally couldn't force them to stay. They could only leave. After they left, Ali Buj sneered at Kublai. Lao Si, you've done such a shameful thing. The great Khan will never forgive you. Kublai was also furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Who did something shameful? I'm too lazy to talk to you. After saying this, he ordered his subordinates to leave. He was also very depressed. He had come in high spirits, but not only did he not catch the fox, he also got himself into trouble. Achoo, Kublai felt a bit cold and his body was very sore. He just wanted to go back, take a hot bath, and rest. Seeing them come out, Hai Wanli was a bit surprised. What happened? They just left like that? Very quickly, a subordinate came to report what happened inside. Hai Wanli was a bit confused. That's not right. The two of them should still be in the middle of the night. Ali Buj should be able to catch them in the middle of the night. How did this happen? You said the two of them were awake? Did something happen to Tuoya? Where is Tuoya now? The subordinate replied, reporting to Wang Fei, Tuoya has disappeared without a trace. Hai Wanli sneered. She ran pretty fast. Find someone to drag her out. Remember, we can't let Yaluan's people find her first. He then prepared to leave. She was very annoyed that she didn't get to see the show she had imagined. She walked a few steps and stopped. No, I can't let them go like this. Find someone to spread rumors. Humph, a man and a woman have been together for so long. I don't believe that nothing happened. In King Mongo's palace, Alan Dart and Ho Shibai had already rushed back after hearing the news. They all asked if Yaluan was safe. Yaluan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I already sent them away. Alan Dart was instantly elated. That's good. If Princess was really bullied, how could I face His Highness? Hearing him mention King Mongo, Princess Yaluan bit her lips. Her expression was a bit unnatural. She quickly said, Go and find Tuoya's whereabouts. Also, find her family. After you catch her, don't ask anything. I want to interrogate her myself. Yes. The two of them accepted the order and left. Unlike Alan Dart's excitement, Ho Shibai's mind was completely blank. Alan Dart was a simple-minded guy who believed everything people said. However, standing so close to Yaluan, he could clearly see that her skin was rosy and her eyes were filled with lust. As an experienced womanizer, he naturally knew that this was because she had just been nourished by a man. She looked like she had just experienced extreme pleasure. All this time, although he was amazed by Xiao Longnu and was amazed by Jin Bingyun's beauty, these were just pure admiration for beauty. On the other hand, after staying by Princess Yaluan's side for a long time, seeing her dignified and noble appearance and seeing her bitter loneliness, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling for her. He had been thinking about her for a long time. Who knew that Kublai would get to her first? Thinking about how the woman he was thinking about was being played by another man, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. At one moment, he even wanted to rush out and kill Kublai. However, he knew that he couldn't kill Kublai. Kublai had many strong subordinates and many of them were stronger than him. Kublai was also likely to be the future king of Mongolia. How could he compare to Kublai? In the end, he could only swallow the bitterness in his heart. Since Yaluan didn't want to talk about this, then he would pretend that he didn't know about it. He didn't want to reopen her wounds. After arranging many things in the residence, Princess Yaluan returned to her room. She suddenly felt a bit worried. Had that man already left? It wasn't until she entered the door and saw him that she let out a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu said, My previous words were full of loopholes. I could only say that in a hurry. However, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of gossip about you in the future. Yaluan sighed. If you weren't here today, I would have ended up in an even worse state. So many people barged in and saw me and Kublai. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Seeing her tremble, Song Qingshu reached out and hugged her. He patted her gently and comforted her. It's all in the past now. Princess Yaluan bit her lip and suddenly said, Actually, the sun hasn't risen yet. Chapter 2403. She didn't know why she blurted out these words. It was really not in line with her usual temperament. After thinking about it, she could only numb herself with the promise between them. After tonight, they would have nothing to do with each other, so it didn't matter if she indulged herself a little tonight. She had been lonely all these years and hadn't felt like yesterday for a long time. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what she meant. Looking at her pink and plump face, he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Do you still want to wear a blindfold this time?" Princess Yaluan's heart trembled. She bit her lip and rolled her eyes at him bitterly, but she still nodded stubbornly. "Yes." Song Qingshu laughed, picked her up by her legs, and slowly walked to the couch on the side. After a long time, Princess Yaluan collapsed on the couch. Seeing the smile on the man's face, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. "What are you laughing at?" Song Qingshu tidied her messy hair with his fingertips and replied, "I'm lamenting that good women are the easiest to be corrupted." Bah! If she had heard such a joke on a normal day, Yaluan would definitely have been angry. But now, she just spat at him coquettishly. Her anger had long been vented. "What's your next plan?" Song Qingshu sighed. "That will depend on whether or not Wang Fei accepts me. If you accept me, then I will cultivate for a while at your place. If Wang Fei is heartless when it comes to dressing, then I can only find another place. No wonder people say you're a famous playboy. You really have a glib tongue." Yaluan was so angry that she pinched him. "You're a great grandmaster. You can stay if you want. I can't drive you away. But if the master doesn't welcome me, there's no point in me staying." Song Qingshu laughed mockingly. Yaluan bit her red lips and turned her head to the side. "You can stay. Just don't show up and let others find you." After saying that, she couldn't help but murmur, "I'm crazy to keep a wanted criminal like you at home." Song Qingshu didn't say anything. He just held her soft body in his arms and comforted her with his warm chest. Feeling the strong arms, Princess Yaluan was lost for a moment, as if she had returned to the days when she and her husband were newlyweds. Tears silently rolled down from the corner of her eyes. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. After a short nap, Princess Yaluan personally arranged a room next door and said, "You can stay there for the time being. I've made some staff changes in the mansion because of Tuya. Now, no one is allowed to go near this yard. It should be safe for you to stay next door. You can eat with me and I'll arrange for more food to be sent over." Song Qingshu suddenly leaned over with a drooling face. "What about bathing? Is he also with the princess? I don't know why Princess Xiaomin would like someone like you." Princess Yaluan spat on the ground. Song Qingshu quietly looked at her. "Is Wang Fei jealous?" Princess Yaluan blushed slightly. "I'm not a little girl. Why would I be jealous?" Song Qingshu then said seriously, "I may have to go out later. I'll let you know first." "Why are you going out at this time?" Yaluan exclaimed. "There are some things that need to be done." Song Qingshu's mind was also heavy. "Don't worry. With Wang Fei's help yesterday, my injuries have recovered slightly. I have no problem protecting myself. Even if I am captured, I will not reveal our relationship." "Who helped you?" Thinking of how she helped him last night, Princess Yaluan's heart was still beating wildly. "Besides, I'm not afraid of revealing that I saved you. After all, my identity is here. They can't kill me, can they?" After saying that, she warned, "Then you be careful. I have a lot of things to do here. I'll be leaving first." Too many things had happened in the estate yesterday, and there was a lot of mess that she had to clean up. But after a few steps, she frowned. Her legs were sore and her cheeks flushed. She quickened her steps as if she was running away. Song Qingshu cautiously walked to the street. He wanted to find out more about Guojing. If they were still caught, then all the sacrifices yesterday would have been in vain. Apart from that, there was also a huge hidden danger that needed to be eliminated in the palace. Temujin smashed the wooden table next to him into pieces. "Not only did we fail to capture Song Qingshu and Yang Guo, but we also lost Heezer and Nachin, my younger brother and the new chief of the Hongjira tribe. Hongjila had just lost their chief, Wachun, and now the new chief, Nachin, was dead. How many of the brothers were left? If this continued, Hongji La would be in chaos, especially since Huajing's marriage was the cause. At that moment, Temujin really wanted to kill someone, but he couldn't help coughing in his excitement. Looking at the blood on his palm, he frowned and thought that he needed to add more girls. Beside him, the Tongtian shaman noticed his hand, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Li Qimei, who was sitting below, reported, "Last night's operation was very smooth at first, but then the people chasing Song Qinshu were killed by a master swordsman, and the troops chasing Guojing suddenly lost track of their target. I suspect that someone in the city is secretly helping them." "Did the Ruyang Palace make any strange movements?" Temujin asked in a low voice. Li Qimei replied, "The Ruyang Palace sent quite a few people, but they are all under our surveillance and did not come into contact with Song Qinshu." "Then who would have the guts to do this?" Temujin's face darkened as he looked at Naya. "Have you found out the cause of death of Heezer and Nachin?" Naya shook his head. "Both of them died very strangely. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, and we need a coroner to investigate further. But after all, they are of high status. If we conduct an autopsy, the bodies will inevitably be damaged. I am worried that their families and subordinates." Temujin waved his hand. "Conduct an autopsy and tell them that I told you to find out who the murderer is. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, sir." Naya's expression was solemn. This was not an easy task. Temujin then looked at Jin Bingyun. "How is the Devil Master now?" Jin Bingyun was still thinking about how Song Qinshu had been avoiding her like a ghost last night, and was a little annoyed. She hurriedly replied, "Nothing serious happened to my master. He will be fine after resting for a while at the palace of the Devil Master." "That's good." Temujin knew that Jin Bingyun would not tell him the truth about Pangban's injuries, so he turned to Ba Siba and Li Qimei. "Take your respective masters. The task of capturing Song Qinshu and Guojing will be yours. Helen City is only so big, and they are all foreigners. They can't just disappear into thin air." Suddenly, he looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Where is the Shuiwei clan? Why don't I see him?" Chapter 2404. The people in the hall looked at each other. After a while, Li Qimei replied, "Great Khan, we haven't seen anyone from the Shuiwei sect in the past 2 days." "You didn't see him yesterday either?" Temujin asked in a low voice. "It was too chaotic yesterday. Maybe we didn't see him on the other routes." "We can ask if anyone saw him," Li Qimei answered. "The person who secretly saved Guojing and Song Qinshu last night was very mysterious. Could it be him?" The speaker was a fat tantric monk. The most eye-catching thing about him was that his head was extremely flat. A normal person's head would more or less have a curve, but the top of his head was extremely flat, as if it had been smacked by a frying pan. He was Ba Siba's favorite disciple. He had inherited all of Ba Siba's teachings, and there were even rumors that his martial arts were no weaker than his master's. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned as they thought about the possibilities. Jin Bingyun, who was standing to the side, asked quietly, "Do you have any evidence for your speculation?" Yang Lianjun explained, "Because of the incident with Western Xia, this person knew that it would be difficult for him to be put in an important position in Mongolia. Then, he failed in the Gaochang labyrinth. Everyone knew that his future was over, so it's normal for him to want to rebel. Plus, his martial arts are very high, which fits the description of the mysterious person who saved Guojing last night. That's why I suspect him." The Shuiwei sect is famous for their sword techniques, but the person who saved Song Qinshu last night used a sword. Jin Bingyun had no relationship with the Shuiwei sect. She only spoke up for him because she didn't want anyone else to take the blame for her. When one's martial arts reach a certain level, what's the difference between using a sword and a saber? Yang Lianjun continued, "Even if he didn't save Song Qinshu, he could have saved Guojing and the others. May I ask what kind of relationship I have with Guo Jing and the others? Why would I take such a big risk to save him? Suddenly, a voice came. Everyone turned around and saw the tall figure of the Shueiyue sect walk in. It was Song Qingshu. He had already realized from Yaluan that the identity of the Shueiyue sect would bring him trouble. This was another important reason why he let Kubilai go. Of course, he could just disappear and make the Water Moon sect disappear without a trace. But in the future, he would need to use this identity for something, so he couldn't let it go to waste. Where did you go before? Temujin's eyes were sinister and vicious, as if he would give the order to kill Temujin at the slightest disagreement. The Tongtian shaman, on the other hand, had a playful look in his eyes. He did not understand why Song Qingshu would come at this time, and what was even more surprising was that the speed at which Song Qingshu was recovering was far beyond his expectations. I was injured earlier, so I found a place to recuperate. That's why I'm late. Song Qingshu didn't dare say that he was recuperating at home. He was afraid that these people had gone to his home to look for him. Oh, how did you get injured? Hearing that he was injured, everyone involuntarily tensed up, their auras locked onto him. Song Qingshu pointed to Tongtian Wu, who was sitting on the wall and watching from afar, and said, "After witnessing the Great Khan's heroism yesterday, I yearned for the realm of the Great Grandmaster very much. I was enlightened and secretly challenged Cult Master. Unfortunately, Cult Master's divine power was unparalleled, and I was still no match for him, so I was slightly injured." Challenged Cult Master? Everyone turned to look at the Tongtian shaman. How could he not understand Song Qingshu's intentions? If he denied it now, Song Qingshu would definitely expose him on the spot. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and admitted, "Yes, he came to challenge me last night." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Temujin was obviously dissatisfied. The Tongtian shaman replied, "Because it's not a glorious thing, so I didn't say it." "Not glorious?" Temujin continued to ask. The Tongtian shaman gritted his teeth and said, "Because I was also slightly injured in yesterday's match, so I didn't think it was glorious." Now that Temujin and the sorcerer were both injured, it would be too much of an eyesore for him to be unscathed. Everyone present gasped. Even Jean Bingyun blinked and looked at Song Qingshu. She couldn't believe that this person, who had once fled and was easily defeated by Fu Kalin, could injure the Tongtian shaman. "You were injured by him?" Temujin didn't believe it either. The Tongtian shaman replied, "Last night, when I was fighting with Song Qingshu, my breath was not in the right place. When the Shueiyue clan came to find me, I didn't think too much of it. Who knew that they would become much stronger, so I was slightly injured." Song Qingshu also replied in a timely manner, "You are too humble, Cult Master. If you had not shown mercy yesterday, I would have lost my life." Hearing the implied meaning in his words, the Tongtian shaman snorted but didn't refute it. Temujin's anger turned to joy. "Ha ha ha, it's a good thing that a great master has made a breakthrough by watching a battle. I hope that in the future, Mongolia will have another grandmaster, ha ha." Before, he had been cold to the Shueiyue clan, but after learning that the Tongtian shaman's strength had increased, his attitude immediately changed. This was how Mongolia was, everything was determined by strength. Of course, another reason why he was so happy was that he learned that the Tongtian shaman had also been injured. Now that he knew that the Tongtian shaman had also been injured, he could finally relax. At this time, the Imperial Preceptor Ba Siba opened his mouth. Last night, Song Qingshu escaped under such circumstances. The Great Khan and the Evil Master were both injured, and even the Cult Master was affected. This person is so young, it is truly frightening. Imperial Preceptor, there is no need to overestimate the morale of others and diminish your own. Last night, Song Qinshu used a forbidden technique similar to the great art of demonic disintegration, which is why he was able to temporarily unleash such a high level of combat power. This type of sorcery is extremely damaging to the body, and I'm afraid it will take him a long time to recover. On the other hand, the Great Khan, the Evil Master, and the others will be able to recover in a short period of time after recuperation. Everyone in the hall agreed. Only the Tongtian shaman's eyes flashed as he stared at Song Qinshu, who seemed to be completely fine. He thought to himself, this guy doesn't look like he was injured at all. Temujin said, no matter what, this boy must not be left alive, so I will have to trouble the two of you to find him. The Shueiyue clan, you will cooperate with them as well. As you command. Song Qinshu, Li Qimei, and the others accepted the order. They wanted to use this opportunity to find Guojing and the others. Report, the fourth prince has arrived. A warrior came to report. Temujin's face darkened. Let him in. The others were about to leave, but Temujin signaled for them not to. You are all my most trusted people. There is no need to hide from you. Kublai ran in and bowed, but before he could say anything, Temujin asked, what were you doing at the Menk residence last night? Kublai's face was also gloomy. He had wanted to get something, but in the end, he didn't get anything. He hurriedly reported what happened last night. Tuoya, a maid, is so daring? Temujin snorted. Were you alone with Yaluan? Who else was there? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Kublai's forehead. I don't remember. Humph. Temujin's face was livid. From today onwards, you are not allowed to go to the Menk residence. Also, take out 2,000 households from your fief and give them to the Hongji tribe. Originally, he wanted to give them to Yaluan's family, but he felt that such an arrangement would make people's imaginations run wild, so he changed his mind. Also, go pay your respects to your mother. It's about time she took care of the mess in your family. Chapter 2405. The mother Temujin referred to was Taoyui's concubine, Taoyui Teni. She was also the mother of Mungo, Kublai, Zulwu, and Ali Buge. When Taoyui died in an accident, she took care of her orphan children and widowed mother. Not only did she protect her family business, but she also maintained a good relationship with the other kings of Mongolia. After the deaths of Ogdi and Guiyu, she successfully won the position of heir to the throne. Of course, there were also rumors that she had a hand in the deaths of Ogdi and Guiyu, but no one had any proof. Temujin later publicly ordered that no one was allowed to talk about this matter, so everyone kept quiet. Kublai knelt down and accepted the decree. Yes, Great Khan. The punishment this time was very heavy. 2,000 households was a lot of wealth. In the Mongolian Empire, there were only 95 nobles who had more than 1,000 households. Of course, this punishment was not really serious, and it was still within the acceptable range. But Kublai was not happy at all. If he had really slept with his sister-in-law Yaluan last night, it would have been worth it even if he had to pay 2,000 households. But he clearly did not do anything last night, and now he had to bear such a bad reputation. There was no way he could clear his name. Temujin paused for a moment, then continued, Naya, send him over later. Be sure to tell Taoyui Teni to teach him well. Yes. Naya cupped his hands and accepted the order. The group continued to discuss some other matters. Then Temujin waved his hand to dismiss the meeting. He was obviously tired and needed to go back to heal. The Tongtian shaman looked meaningfully at Song Qinshu and left. Li Qimei and Ba Siba continued to search for the whereabouts of Guojing and the others. Song Qinshu also wanted to follow them and ask for some information, but was pulled aside by Naya. How is the sect master's injury? Song Qinshu was surprised. The Shueiyue sect did not seem to have a personal relationship with him, but he still answered, It's all right. The sect master showed mercy, so it's not a big deal. Then you can fight? Naya's face lit up. I can barely make a move, but if I encounter a peak expert, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle him. Song Qingshu replied with some hesitation. Although he now had the ability to protect himself, if he encountered a great grandmaster, he could only run away. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be more seriously injured, but he was worried that people would think of him. Naya hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to ask for your help." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You're too polite. Go ahead." The other party's status was equivalent to the leader of the Mongolian Imperial Army. Having a good relationship with him would always be more beneficial than detrimental. In the past, he had a good relationship with Dolong, Songgodu and the others in the Qin court, so it was very convenient for him to do anything. Naya looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Grand Elder, can you accompany me to the Thunder Palace later?" Song Qingshu knew that he was talking about sending Kublai there. He was surprised and said, "It should be easy for you to send the fourth prince there. Is his mother that scary?" "It's not that Queen Keeley is scary, but—" Naya paused, then said, "Grand Elder, you've only been here for a short time. Every king here has recruited a group of strange people, many of whom are from the dark sect. Queen Keeley has a group of them, of course. The most mysterious one is the evil king, Shizhishuan." "Shizhishuan?" Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. "Then does he have a beautiful daughter named Shi Qingxian?" Shi Qingxian. Naya was confused and shook his head. "I've never heard of him, and I don't think he has any children." "Oh." Song Qingshu was a little disappointed. "What a pity." Naya continued, "The evil king is the leader of the Bu-Tian Pavilion and the Flower Room, one of the 3 sects and 6 schools of the Dark Sect. It is said that his martial arts are almost as good as Pangban's." "Almost as good as Pangban's?" Song Qingshu frowned. "He might not be able to handle it now. You are the commander of the Qieshui army, and you are under the Great Khan's orders. Do you think Shizhishuan would dare to attack you?" Naya smiled bitterly and pointed at his head. "Under normal circumstances, no one would dare, but this guy is not normal. He's always talking and acting strangely. He can't be judged by common sense. So please come with me, Grand Elder, so I can be more confident." Li Qimei and Ba Siba's positions were too high, and they had heavy responsibilities, so it was not appropriate for him to invite them. Compared to them, the Shueiyue clan was more relaxed. "All right then." Song Qingshu also wanted to see the legendary Evil King, as well as the Orohatini who made the sea lose its way. Naya was overjoyed. "I will remember Grand Elder's kindness. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know." "You're too kind, General." Song Qingshu thought to himself, "If you knew that all my help is a heinous crime, you would probably regret saying that." Not long after, Kublai also came out. Clearly, he had been reprimanded by Temujin for a while, and his face was very ugly. Naya stepped forward and said, "Fourth Marquis, please." Kublai looked at Song Qingshu, obviously surprised that he was there, but he did not say anything. Now that he was going to his mother's room to reflect on his mistakes, who knew how he would be reprimanded? As the Hans say, lust is like a knife on top of a man's head. Seeing his dejected look, Song Qingshu felt a little embarrassed. He was the one who enjoyed it, but he was the one who took the blame. It was not very nice of him. Along the way, the streets were very quiet. Helen City was not as lively as it usually was, but there were still many merchants on the road. After all, they were capturing a Han, and it had nothing to do with them. Because of the frequent exchanges with the West, Mongolia was very focused on commerce. Many Western merchants even held important positions in the Mongolian government. The Mongolian nobles would cooperate with the merchants, and even the Khan would give his own money to the merchants to invest. Song Qingshu had heard of all this before, but he did not have much of an impression of it. Even now, when the entire city was searching for criminals, these merchants were not affected at all. He could not help but think that with the financial knowledge of this era, there seemed to be another way to deal with the Mongols. Soon, they arrived at the Tule Palace. Compared to the palaces of Kublai and Audiobook, this place was much more deserted. However, the grandeur was still there, and one could still vaguely see the glory of the past. Sulyahedini looked like an ordinary Mongolian woman, and there was even a hint of kindness in her eyes. However, those who were familiar with this period of history would know that she was actually a ruthless character. Compared to the dignified beauty of Yaluan and the glamorous beauty of the sea, she looked much more ordinary. Of course, she must have been a beauty when she was young, but now, she still looked like a middle-aged woman, but her charm was still there. Of course, Song Qinshu did not have any thoughts about women of her age. His attention was completely focused on the man behind her. It was a melancholic and handsome middle-aged man. He had a unique charm that was mixed with decadence. His handsome face and elegant long hair gave him a fatal charm. It was different from Pangban's evil and aggressive charm. His charm seemed to be much more gentle, but there was also a sense of calm in the midst of a storm. At this moment, he was still massaging Sulyahedini's shoulders, as if he did not see the person who came in. His expression was so intimate that it did not seem like a normal master and servant. Song Qinshu could not help but look at Kublai. There was a man cuckolding your father in front of you, and you did not react at all? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.